Hello there, Mr. Lee.
Morning, Judge. How are you?
I am okay. How about yourself?
Good. Ready for business.
Awesome. Looks like we have a different hat today.
Yes, ma'am.
Very nice. Do you have any with like any fur?
They're felt. These
But
are
no.
felt.
Okay. And you have hat bands too, right?
I do.
I'm just wondering if cowboys ever put any fur on their cowboy hats for the winter.
I guess it depends on the cowboy.
Hmm.
Although I was just outside. It's pretty cold. I think this qualifies as winter. Those darn reserve margins are going to have to go up.
You think? Make sure you're warm over there.
Yes, ma'am.
Of course, we are being live streamed, and I guess we want to note that you are not in SPS's service territory.
I am not, unfortunately.
Is anybody going to have anything procedural that we're going to need to discuss before we go on our record? Ms. Drake,
Good morning.
good
I
morning.
just well, morning. You look cold. I'm sorry to say that, but you look like
Um,
you're freezing.
Sweater, jacket. I won't take my shoes off. I did wear wool socks today.
Good. Um, I just wanted to let you know that LES has noticed a couple of corrections in the testimony of Colin Fitzhenry. And we're going to be redlining those and then uploading that in the Dropbox as a corrected version. And we'll send an email to everyone as well to make sure that you've got it. Do you also want us to file that in the docket?
I don't, my inclination is no,
Okay.
that, you have the exhibit already filed. And if there's some corrections that you want to make um, that are non-substantive corrections, then we can do that the way you suggest by having him talk about those corrections
Yes.
and having the court reporter have the corrected version in the Dropbox and everyone
Okay.
else having access.
Great. That
No,
sounds good. Thank
yeah,
you.
no disrespect to the new E system or whatever, but no, I think that's fine.
Okay. Thank you
Okay,
much.
thank you. Mr. Stoffel,
Good morning.
good morning. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you.
Good. I just wanted to confirm my understanding of the order of witnesses we have following the SPS witnesses. I know you and hearing examiner Schaefer had moved the staff witnesses up after the company. Yesterday, you made mention of then going to the order of intervention. The parties had proposed an alternative order in SPS's pre-hearing memo, so I just wanted to make sure we knew who was up after staff.
Um, well, I was following uh I was following the order I thought, which was the order of examination.
Okay,
So staff, and then it would be your witness.
That's what I thought, and that's different than the order of intervention. So that's why I just
Yeah,
wanted to confirm.
right. And normally it would be, and I realized the parties changed that. And yeah, so no, I misspoke. I meant the order of that the parties had agreed to, which I have your witness, then OPL, then LES, then WRA, CCAE, Prosperity Works, and then DOJ. And somewhere in between that order, we'll figure out tomorrow's SPS witnesses.
Okay. And then while I have the microphone, one other question for you about confidential exhibits. So the NMLCG had public and confidential versions of direct testimony. We'd marked both exhibit NMLCG 1, just a public and confidential version of that same exhibit. Does that work for you? I don't expect anyone is planning to use the confidential testimony during the hearing, but wasn't sure if that needs to be marked as a different exhibit number. So essentially right now we have NMLCG Exhibit 1 confidential, NMLCG Exhibit 1 public.
You know, I think maybe we might want them to be separate exhibit numbers, because that's what we did for the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Gable. The redacted version was 7, and then the confidential version was 8. So I think we probably want to we want 2 numbers, and you have emailed that to me, sir?
We have, and so I think what we'll have to do is update the exhibit number and then send that to you so it's updated and available on Dropbox with a new exhibit number.
Well, you're not going to put the confidential in Dropbox.
I certainly wouldn't. It looks as though they are available through Dropbox to the parties, though. So for example, the Gable testimony we were just discussing, we were able to download both versions from Dropbox.
Really? Because I didn't put it in there.
We were not separately emailed that one, as far as I know. But I'm looking at it here, so.
Because I sent it last night from my email. Ms. Hardy, do you know if that was put in the Dropbox?
It was my understanding that the confidential testimony was not being uploaded to the Dropbox, but let me check on that and see.
Okay. Yeah.
Shouldn't have been.
Yeah.
And I'll say we have the same issue with the NMLCG one, where I know we submitted it via email, not via Dropbox, but it looks like we were able to download the confidential version from Dropbox.
That's weird, because if you didn't put it in there, and I didn't put it in there, then how did it get in there?
It's well beyond my expertise.
Hey, I feel happy I have a Dropbox. Okay, we'll check into that. I guess it is my thought that the persons who have access to the Dropbox have all signed non-disclosure agreements. Okay.
Madam Hearing Examiner, just a point here on Mr. Stoffel's concern. I've just
We're not on the record yet. Do you want this on the record or not?
No, just saying that I accessed a rebuttal testimony of Justin Gable, and it just brings up a 1-paragraph reference to contact SPS directly. So the confidential testimony of Justin Gable from my end is not fully available through Dropbox.
Okay, great. Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody.
Miss Beatles?
Thank you, Ms. Hurst. And as I ask this, I want to make it clear that the hearing is our priority, but our remaining witness has been asked to testify at the legislature on Thursday. So as this hearing unfolds, if there's an opportunity to have her appear on anytime tomorrow, on Wednesday, or on Friday, we would appreciate that. And I don't need to know now. I just want to raise that.
Okay, very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. DeSalen? Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Examiner. Thank you. I just, along the same lines, I just wanted to mention that I will probably need to be at the legislature on Thursday. However, Ms. Lynch will be here in my stead, so CCAE will be covered.
Very well. Thank you, sir. Okay, anything further before we begin our hearing regarding procedural matters? Nope. Okay, hearing nothing. Mr. Lee, are we ready to go?
Yes, Judge.
Very well. Thank you, sir. Good morning. We are returning from our evening recess to continue the hearing in case number 25-00066, since in the matter of SPS's CCN request and more. When we, before we went on the record this morning, we had various procedural matters to discuss, and we will now continue with the examination and cross-examination of SPS witness. And when we ended, I believe, Ms. Hardy, you're next up with cross-examination. Is that correct? I'm sorry,
Yes.
redirect for your witness.
Yes.
And good morning, Mr. Trowbridge. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well, thank you.
Very well. I just want to note also for the record that this morning we have Commissioner O'Connell and Commissioner Nybert joining us. Good morning. And Ms. Hardy, please go ahead with your redirect.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Trowbridge.
Morning.
Yesterday, hearing examiner Schaefer asked you a number of questions about the benefits of rate riders. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
Do rate riders benefit customers by smoothing rate changes over time?
They do. They do have the ability to smooth rates. And part of that, maybe just to expand on that, in between rate cases, you can have significant changes in overall revenue requirements. And rate riders may have the ability to step in as an interim adjustment to rates that allows a glide path when you're moving toward significant new assets in service.
Do rate riders benefit customers by ensuring that only actual costs are recovered?
They do commonly. Obviously, depending on the design of the rate rider, most rate riders include a true-up mechanism to actual costs and actual cost allocation.
You were asked questions yesterday about direct assignment to New Mexico of the Cunningham battery energy storage system that is proposed in SPS's current rate case. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
Is the Cunningham BESS a capacity resource?
It is.
Is it an RPS resource?
It is not an RPS resource.
Yesterday, Mr. Marcus asked you a number of questions regarding bill impacts. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
Have you based your bill impact projections on the forecasted revenue requirement for the self-build projects?
I have.
And does that include the certificated costs that SPS has provided in this case?
It does.
Mr. Marcus asked you yesterday if the actual cost could be higher. Do you recall that question?
I do.
Could the actual cost also be lower than proposed in this case?
They could be.
And will the costs that are ultimately recovered from customers be determined in a base rate case?
It will.
Regarding the allocation of cost among customer classes, Mr. Marcus asked you questions about the need for these resources being driven by new load. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
Is it your understanding that these proposed resources will also replace retiring units?
That is my understanding.
And is it your understanding that these proposed resources will also support reliability?
That is also my understanding.
Ms. Amer asked you questions yesterday regarding cost allocation issues being contested and determined in a rate case. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
I want to be sure it's really clear regarding the relief that SPS is requesting. Is SPS only seeking approval of the jurisdictional allocation methodology in this case?
It is.
And is that allocation methodology the 12CP allocator?
That's what we've proposed here to be approved.
And is that methodology consistent with SPS's past practice in allocating cost of generating resources between its jurisdictions?
It is.
Is SPS seeking approval of any specific jurisdictional allocation percentages in this case?
It is not. The company is seeking only the methodology to allocate cost based on each jurisdiction's peak usage of system.
And would the amounts of the jurisdictional allocation percentages be determined in a base rate case based on the system use at the time of the test year?
That's accurate.
Is SPS seeking approval of any customer class allocations in this case?
It is not seeking recovery or class allocation in this proceeding.
Does SPS propose to address customer class allocations in a base rate case?
We do anticipate to seek class allocation in a future rate proceeding.
Okay. There were questions yesterday regarding affordability and gradualism issues. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
And are those customer class allocation issues?
They are.
And does SPS propose that those would be addressed in a base rate case?
We do.
Okay. You were asked questions yesterday about the direct assignment of the Sandy Loam project to New Mexico retail customers. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
Can you explain how New Mexico customers will be credited with the market value of energy from the sales of Sandy Loam?
So each individual unit on the system has a pricing node, and there is an LMP, locational marginal pricing settlement price for each of our units. We have the ability to go through in the settlement process and isolate those market revenues from the generation of those generation of energy from those resources. And we plan to capture that value and credit it back directly through to New Mexico customers through the FPPCAC as a reduction or as an adjustment to their fuel clause.
And would New Mexico customers receive 100% of those market energy sales?
They would, as proposed by the company.
Thank you. Those are all of my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hardy.
Thank you, Ms. Hardy. Mr. Trowbridge, has SPS used any other allocation methodology other than the 12 CP allocator for the jurisdictional component?
Not that I'm aware of.
And how long did you say you'd been with the company?
I've been with the company. I've been with Excel for about 17 years, and I've been with SPS, serving SPS for the last a little bit over 2 years. But for context, I've looked back over a decade at rate cases going back at least to 2016. In my testimony, I also list recent cases that have applied that methodology, either cases that have been fully litigated or ultimately settled.
Thank you. Are there any cross-examination or recross questions based upon hearing examiner Schaefer's questions, my questions, or Ms. Hardy's redirect? Ms. Drake?
Thank you, ma'am. I just had a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Trowbridge. How are you this morning?
Good morning, Ms. Drake.
So I just wanted to clarify with you. I heard you say yesterday in response to a question from Ms. Amer, that 80% of the growth that is predicted to occur in New Mexico. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and what did you base that statement on?
In my testimony, we have the ability to go through and look at our projected jurisdictional allocation. And the increase in 1 CP and 12 CP are approximately 79% weighted toward New Mexico.
And so did I hear you that you base that on a projected load increase?
That's based on our load forecast.
Okay, but your jurisdictional allocation is based on your projected load increase, correct?
We've proposed a jurisdictional allocation methodology, and for illustrative bill impacts, we've used the forecast. So it includes forecasted sales, forecasted load, et cetera.
And all of that is based on your projected load increases, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And are you the witness to ask about that, or would that be Mr. Goodenough?
Mr. Goodenough provides testimony on our sales forecast.
Okay. And is your testimony regarding jurisdictional allocation based upon the information that you got from Mr. Goodenough?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had. Madam Hearing Examiner, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drake. Mr. Stoffel, you had recross?
Yes, just a few questions. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Trowbridge.
Good morning, Mr. Stoffel.
So yesterday you had a conversation with hearing examiner Schaefer about cost recovery through riders. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you discussed how one of the benefits of recovery through the rider was elimination of regulatory lag, correct?
I did say that.
Now, New Mexico also allows utilities like SPS to use a future test year in a rate case, correct?
It does.
And that also addresses concerns with regulatory lag?
Yes, it does.
And so, for example, the future test year in the company's pending rate case in New Mexico includes the Plant X battery that is presented for approval in this case, correct?
Correct.
And then you also had a back and forth earlier today with Ms. Hardy about the difference between the Cunningham battery and the Sandy Loan project, and the Cunningham battery is not for RPS requirements, right?
Yes.
And you agree that the NMLCG's proposed adjustment to the jurisdictional allocation of costs for direct assigned resources applies to all direct assigned resources, not just the RPS direct assigned resources, right?
Can you rephrase your question? I don't understand the question.
Yeah, the NMLCG's proposed adjustment to the jurisdictional allocation of system costs is to address the direct assignment of all resources, not just direct assigned RPS resources.
Exactly. And that's one of the issues that I have with the proposed methodology. It isn't, it has an outsized impact on cost allocation.
Well, and
where reducing the numerator and denominator by the accredited value, I think inappropriately reduces cost allocation to the jurisdiction, because it simply is looking at accredited value versus the full resources of the company that are allocated by that mechanism. And so I had followed up in discussion yesterday, in particular, about other ways to potentially evaluate the benefit value associated with limited capacity from that unit.
And so that limited capacity you just mentioned is what is used in the NMLCG's proposed adjustment, right?
They, no numbers were put together with that example from my recollection, but their proposal was based on accredited capacity, adjusting usage, for, the entire 12 CP formula.
Would you agree that a direct assigned resource to New Mexico is essentially like a behind the meter resource for New Mexico?
I would not.
Now, you also had a conversation this morning with Ms. Hardy about the rate rider, and you mentioned the true up for that typically, right?
Yes.
And so if a revenue requirement is recovered through a rate rider that includes a true up, that converts the opportunity to earn a return as included in that revenue requirement into a guarantee, correct?
I disagree with that fundamentally. I don't think that rate riders provide a guarantee of recovery. The same types of risks exists associated with the operations of that unit, and for instance, and ongoing cost prudence.
But absent those types of disallowances, if the revenue requirement, you agree the revenue requirement includes a return on the investment, right?
Typically, yes.
And if that revenue requirement is covered through a rider with a true up, then the company would recover that entire return on the investment, right?
It depends on the design of the rider mechanism.
Fair enough. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stoffel. Ms. Lynch, you had recross.
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Trowbridge.
Good morning.
I just have one question, maybe two. Did you prepare hypothetical class allocations in this matter?
I prepared a cost allocation based on the forecast that was used in the RFP.
Ms. Hurst, could you direct the witness to answer my question?
Well,
I can also re-ask it.
do you understand the question, Mr. Trowbridge? The question posed was, did you prepare a hypothetical class allocation in this matter?
My response was that I prepared a class allocation based on the forecast. If that's considered a hypothetical scenario, then I can confirm that I did.
Okay, so you did prepare a class allocation in this matter
I did. Yes.
based upon the forecast. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
those are my questions, Ms. Hurst.
Okay, Ms. Lynch, thank you. Anything further from Mr. Trowbridge? All right, seeing hearing examiner Schaefer, anything further, sir?
No, thank you, hearing examiner Hurst.
All right, very well. Mr. Trowbridge, thank you so much for your time, sir. You are excused.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Ms. Hardy, you have another witness.
We do, Madam Examiner. Our next witness is John Goodenough.
Okay, and is Mr. Goodenough in the same place as Mr. Trowbridge?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, let's let him in. Good morning, Mr. Goodenough.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Mr. Lee, would you please swear Mr. Goodenough?
Sure, good enough. Would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Go ahead, Ms. Hardy.
Thank you. Mr. Goodenough, can you please state your name for the record?
My name is John Goodenough.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Excel Energy Services as the Director of Sales, Energy, and Demand Forecast.
Do you have a document in front of you that's marked as SPS Exhibit 9?
I do.
What is that document, please?
The direct testimony of John M. Goodenough on behalf of Southwestern Public Service Company.
Was that testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
It was.
And is your direct testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
It is.
If you were asked the questions in your direct testimony today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Are there any attachments to your direct testimony?
No.
Thank you, Madam Examiner. I move the admission of SPS Exhibit 9.
Any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 9, the direct testimony of Mr. Goodenough as affirmed by him here today? Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 9 is admitted. Ms. Hardy?
Thank you. Mr. Goodenough, do you have a document in front of you that's marked as SPS Exhibit 10?
I do.
Can you please identify that document?
Yes, that is the rebuttal testimony of John M. Goodenough on behalf of Southwestern Public Service Company.
Was your rebuttal testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision and control?
It was.
And is it true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
It is.
If you were asked the questions in your rebuttal testimony today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
And are there any attachments to your rebuttal testimony?
No.
Madam Examiner, I move the admission of SPS Exhibit 10.
Is there any objection to what's been identified as SPS Exhibit 10, the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Goodenough as affirmed by him here today? Hearing no objection, SPS 10 is admitted. Ms. Hardy?
Thank you. I have no further questions. Mr. Goodenough is available for cross-examination.
Very well. I believe that 7 parties have requested time for Mr. Goodenough. And I believe in our order of examination, the first questioner would be LES, who I believe reserved 30 minutes for Mr. Goodenough.
Yes, we did, ma'am. And I think we banked some from other witnesses as well, but I'm hoping I won't go over 30 minutes.
All right, please go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, Mr. Goodenough.
Good morning.
If you could look at your rebuttal testimony on page 15. Let me know when you get there.
I am there.
Great. So if you could look at lines 14 to 16 on page 15 of your rebuttal testimony, you testify that oil and gas customers represent the most significant component of SPS's increased load, and many of those have existing operations in SPS's service area. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you go on to testify on that same page that data centers represent a small percentage of SPS's projected load. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay, then on that same page, line 17, and then to page 16, line 2, you testify that during the period 2023 to 2035, 73% of SPS's projected load growth consists of oil and gas customers, and 15% consists of data centers. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So if my arithmetic is correct, that accounts for 88% of the projected load growth. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, and can you let us know what is driving the remaining 12% of the total projected load growth?
Sure. It's a combination of just general growth. So think about residential customers, small commercial customers that aren't, that were just kind of mass market customers that are growing, that we're not getting specific load requests for. It's just general economic growth leading to load growth. That's the majority of that. And then there's also a small amount of the growth that is EV charging. It's not.
I'm sorry,
huge.
sir. I'm sorry, sir. You broke up. After
Yes.
you said economic growth leading to load growth, please start.
Sorry, you broke up for me a bit too. I can just start the response over if that's helpful.
Thank you.
Okay. And I'll try to go a little more slowly as well. So it's general growth, like residential growth, small commercial growth, that you see with increasing population and increasing economic activity. That's the majority of that 12%. There's a small portion that is attributed to electric vehicle charging. It's not a huge amount in SPS in that time frame, but that also encompasses some of that 12%.
Okay, thank you. So are these percentages that you just went over, are they the percentages of the total amount of projected growth from all sources in both Texas and New Mexico?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And so what is SPS's total projected load growth in megawatts from all the sources in your time frame, which is 2023 to 2025? I'm sorry, 2035.
Yes, I'll just reference my direct testimony for the table to try to get you an exact number. So 2035 is the peak demand is 6874 compared to 4293 in 2023. So roughly 2600 megawatts.
So that's the projected load increase in megawatts?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So would it be correct then that 73% of that 2600 megawatts number would be the projected load growth that is attributable to oil and gas customers, but stated in megawatts? Would that be correct?
If I'm understanding the question, you're asking if you can do the 73% of the roughly 2600 to get the megawatts for the oil and gas growth. That is correct.
Okay, all right. And can you give us that number? Do you have that number?
It's a bit more math than I'd prefer to do live. It's in the 18 to 1900 megawatt range.
Okay, so I just did it on my calculator. Would you agree with me that the number 1,898 sounds in the ballpark?
That's right in the range of what I thought it would be. So yes,
Okay.
sounds about right.
Thank you. Thank you. So following up on that, you testified that 15% of the projected load growth is attributable to data center requests, correct?
Yes.
So doing that same kind of calculation, would you agree with me that that amounts to about 312 megawatts?
I think I would have gotten a higher number, maybe closer to 400. But maybe not. We can agree on between 300 and 400 if that's helpful.
That is very helpful. Thank you. Would the number 390 sound about right to you?
That sounds more like it. Yeah.
That sounds more like it. It always helps if you put the right numbers into the calculator.
I've learned that.
Okay. Yeah. So are these percentages of projected load growth and the megawatts we just talked about, are their projections of load growth correct?
Yes. Forecast is by nature a projection of load growth.
Great, thank you. And are they based on the load requests that SPS has received from customers and prospective customers?
Sure. So not the 12% that we discussed earlier. That's general economic growth and electric vehicle charging. That's modeling that we do in SPS. So
Gotcha.
if we think about the 88% of the growth, those are based on conversations and requests from large load customers with the criteria that I outlined in my testimony as to whether or not it's being included in the forecast.
Okay, thank you. And how many of those load requests from oil and gas, sorry, let me start over again. How many of those load increase requests have you received from oil and gas producers in particular?
I don't know the specific number of requests. It would be, I'm just trying to think of, picture the files that we use, probably dozens that add up to that roughly 1900 megawatts.
Okay. And do you have a sense how many of these are brand new customers that you've never served before and they would be new to the system?
I don't have that specific breakout. The vast majority of the load requests we get are from existing companies in the region, either setting up a new area to do operations or expanding existing operations.
So it's the vast majority are from existing, but you don't have a specific number?
I do not have a specific number. That's right.
Okay. All right. Do you know how many of these load requests from oil and gas producers are proposed to be located in New Mexico?
Yes. The entirety of the oil and gas requests are in Southeast New Mexico.
The entirety?
Yes.
None from Texas at all?
Not in this forecast, no.
Not in this forecast. I don't understand what that
sorry.
means.
Yeah, no, none of the requests included are from Texas.
Okay. Would you agree with me that at this point, you can't say for sure in which state the oil and gas load will actually materialize?
I don't know that I agree with that. I think there's uncertainty with any forecast. However, the reason I can state that the requests are in New Mexico is where the customers that have submitted their requests indicate that they intend to use that load. So, I'd say there's a high confidence that it's likely to be in New Mexico.
And what is your high confidence based on?
It's based on the requests from the customers and the conversations with customers and where they intend to operate.
Have they definitively confirmed to you in any way that they are definitely going to develop that load?
Not me personally, but with the company. They've indicated, just based on conversations with the customers, that there is a strong likelihood that load will materialize.
Is there any other indicia of their confidence or their commitment, I should say? Have they, for example, submitted any application fees or anything of that nature to kind of hold their place in the load forecast, pile, so to speak?
Some have, and those typically rise to a stronger likelihood of connection in our view. And some of the load requests are based on ongoing conversations with the customers and established relationships and observation of existing operations and recent expansions.
Okay. All right. Thank you. How many load increase requests have you received from data centers?
Far fewer. I don't know the precise number. It would almost certainly be less than 10.
Less than 10. Okay. And how many of those load requests for data centers are proposed to be located in New Mexico?
Though the entirety of the data center requests are in Texas.
Or in Texas. Okay, thank you. And do you have any information that the data centers that are requesting load increase from you, are they also looking at New Mexico, do you know, or are they limiting their investigation into data center locations solely in Texas?
For the load the data center load that's included in the forecast, there's strong indication, if not a guarantee, that it will materialize in Texas.
Okay. And I should have asked this when we were talking about the oil and gas load. do the developers, I'm sorry, do the oil and gas producers that you spoke about, do they have operations in Texas as well as New Mexico?
Yeah, many do. They do have operations in both states. It's the territory New Mexico is where the growth is happening. It's where it's been happening recently and where it's expected to continue.
Okay, but there's no guarantee that you have that these oil and gas producers that operate in both states might not shift their operations around?
I'm not an oil and gas industry expert by any means, but my understanding is the reason they're locating in New Mexico and expanding in New Mexico is because that's the best place to operate.
But you're not an expert in that area?
Not the expert in the company on that industry.
Thank you. If all of this load that you've forecasted actually materializes, then SPS asserts it will need all of the proposed resources in the final preferred portfolio. Is that correct?
That is my understanding.
So if we assume hypothetically, this is a hypothetical, okay? So if we assume hypothetically that only 50% of the projected load actually materializes, then would SPS still need all of the resources included in the final preferred portfolio?
That I do not know. I'm not the resource planning expert. I deliver the load forecast to the resource planners. So Mr. Gable probably would have been a better person to ask that question.
Okay. So if I'll go ahead and ask this next question. I understand if you don't have the answer, but staying with the same hypothetical, okay, that only 50% of the projected load actually materializes, do you know, would SPS still need all of the units of the Gaines and Tolk plants?
My understanding is we would, but the expert on that is Mr. Gable.
Okay, thank you. Under that same hypothetical again, would SPS still need any of the units of the Gaines and Tolk plants?
Yeah, I'm afraid we're getting a bit out of my depth here.
Understood. Thank you. So over what time period do you expect that the oil and gas load will actually materialize?
Yeah, so the forecast that we filed runs through 2043. So we are doing projections out that far in this case. I will say that we have much better information from our customers on their near-term plans. So think 3, 5, 7 years. And you'll see that in the forecast. You'll see more rapid growth over the next decade, say, and then a bit slower growth after that. So for where we have line of sight to our customer needs, I would say over the next decade.
Oh, line of sight to your customer. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
what does that mean?
No, thanks for the opportunity to clarify. So based on the where we have specific information from our customers indicating their near and medium term expansion plans, that would cover the next 5 to 7 or maybe 10 years.
Okay. And at what pace do you expect that load will actually materialize? All at once or spread out? Do you have any sense of that?
Not all at once. We do expect there to be a time component. So we have some requests that are taking service now. We have some that are plans a little bit further into the future for the customers.
So can you give us a sense of what time frame that's in? What are the brackets on either end?
Not entirely sure what you mean by brackets on either end. I will just reference my direct testimony here. So we talked about a 2,600 megawatt growth between now and 2035, from 2033 to 2035. So 2,100 of that is by 2030. So over the next 5 years, we expect the majority of the growth, and then do continue to see growth beyond that.
Great, thank you, thank you. And over what time frame do you expect the data center load will materialize?
Similar timeframe.
And at what pace do you expect that will come on board? All at once again, or spread out?
Just given the nature of the customers and the nature of the requests, that there are fewer requests, it'll be a little bit more sudden, say, like, so we would expect to see a large load connect, and then that load would ramp over time, but we would expect to see like a large customer come on all at once, at least to start their service all at once.
Okay, and I believe you said there were 2 or 3 of the data centers that were.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt your question there.
No, that's fine. That's fine. So do you know, are those data centers looking elsewhere in other states as well?
I don't believe so. I mean, I think I can say no. So the data center requests that we've included in this forecast are, there's a handful of smaller requests that are existing customers that are our data centers or crypto miners that are already taking load in Texas. And what we've included is their ramping, the expansion of their operations, or say the next phase. So their new building that starts to take load. So that's some of the data center requests. The other data center request is a large customer that is in Texas, that intends to operate in Texas.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think that's all that I had for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drick. I believe the next questioner that reserved times, Ms. Beatles. You reserved 10 minutes.
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Goodenough. I'm Sydney Beatles. I represent Western Resource Advocates.
Morning.
My planned questions repeat some of the themes raised on cross-examination by Ms. Drake, so I'll do my best to weed those out, the ones that are completely redundant. Please refer to your rebuttal testimony, page 13, starting on line 16 and continuing to the first line of page 14. Let me know when you're there.
I am there.
You state that, quote, customers do not typically enter an ESA until construction is nearly complete. Is that correct?
Yes.
What are you referring to by construction? Construction of what?
Construction of the interconnection.
Does that include facilities on the customer's side of the interconnect?
I believe it does. I don't work directly with the customers, so that's my understanding.
By ESA, you defined that as electric services agreement on page 11 of your rebuttal, right?
Yes.
Do you know whether the electric services agreement that you're referring to is the same electric service agreement that is included in SPS's tariff on the Commission's website as third revised form number 16?
I do not.
Are you familiar with the terms and conditions of the rates that SPS's oil and gas customers take service under?
I am not.
Let me skip some of my questions then. Is it your understanding that the cost of equipment, supplies, and labor related to the installation of facilities necessary to make service available shall be paid in advance by the customers?
That's not something that's in my area of expertise.
So you don't know today.
I don't know.
Thank you. you referred to new load request and discussed those somewhat with Ms. Drake. Are those communicated to SPS in written or verbal form?
I would suspect both. We have a key account management team that works directly with the customers. So I'm not directly involved with those communications. I'm not sure what range of communication, like what range of kind of media for the communication spans, but we get the information. Our key account team is working directly with those customers, and they're providing the information to my team on their assessment of whether the likelihood of the load and whether it should be included in the forecast.
Do you know at what point an oil and gas customer is obligated to interconnect with and take service from SPS?
No.
Please refer to Dr. Weller's testimony starting on page 14 and continuing to the first line of page 15. Start on line 20 of page 14 and continue to the first line of page 15. And let me know when you're there, please.
I don't have that in front of me, Dr. Weller's testimony.
Okay, well, let me read a sentence from that citation in her testimony. SPS identifies request with a probability of 80% as having a strong likelihood of interconnection, described further as customers which have a signed agreement with SPS, open paren, either a transmission tap agreement or an electric service agreement, close paren. Do you know what a transmission tap agreement is?
Not familiar with the specifics of that.
Please refer to page 14 of your rebuttal.
I am there.
Lines 11 and 12, you state that declining to approve gains in TOLC would lead to a 0% reserve margin after winter 2026-2027 with no allowance for incremental growth past that date. Do you see that?
I see that, and I see the sentence starts with, as discussed by Mr. Gable.
Yes, I didn't mean to exclude that on purpose, so thank you for pointing that out. Does that mean that SPS will serve incremental load up to that date?
I think Mr. Gable would be best equipped to answer those questions.
Okay. Please refer to page 15 of your testimony.
Yeah.
And on lines 8 through 10, you state that you're referring to Dr. Weller's statement that SPS is uncertain about more than half of its load growth, and you state, quote, if this statement is based on the connection probabilities discussed earlier, I disagree for the reasons discussed above. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the reasons discussed above, are you referring to the reasons you provide in the immediately preceding paragraph?
I don't believe so. I believe there's another witness that I was addressing the load probabilities, and that is what I'm referring to.
Okay, you're referring to the load probabilities.
I'm referring to the response. Given a moment, I could find it, but I'm referring to a discussion earlier responding to commentary about the likelihood of load associated with the load probabilities. That's what I'm referring to.
And you're aware, aren't you, that the the connection probabilities were provided to Dr. Weller by SPS via discovery, correct?
Yes.
And one of your critiques of Dr. Weller's testimony is that you say that electrification is not the primary driver of SPS's forecasted load growth. And in that reference, you are drawing a distinction between electrification and expansion. Is that right?
That is correct.
Because you do testify earlier in your testimony that expansion and electrification of oil and gas activities are both two of the three primary drivers you identified in your direct testimony, right?
Yes, those two, along with data centers, are
Yes.
the three primary drivers of growth.
Okay. And can you please explain for the record, like what your understanding of the difference between what your distinction between electrification and expansion?
Yeah, so expansion is a customer that is planning to increase production. So it's processes that don't necessarily exist yet, and they're making requests for electric service for those types of processes. Electrification is switching the fuel from whatever they're currently using to electricity for existing processes, for existing production.
For
Okay.
existing,
Production.
thank you. You're trailing off just a bit.
Apologies.
For
Go ahead.
purposes of your critique of Dr. Weller's testimony, did you assume that her references to oil and gas electrification included only electrification of existing business operations and not expanded or new operations?
Given the listed three primary drivers of expansion, electrification, and data centers, and that the reference was only to electrification, yes, that was my assumption.
And tell me again what that is based on.
What, I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Well, can you point me to any portion of her testimony where Dr. Weller states she's not including expansion?
I don't have that in front of me, but she doesn't mention expansion. She only mentions electrification.
So you assume that by referring to electrification, she did not also include expansion in that reference?
Yes, given that those were, explained as three key drivers, and only one of them, or two of the three key drivers, and only one of them was mentioned. That my assumption was that was the one she was addressing.
Given that you explain them as three key drivers, right?
Yes, they are the three key drivers of load growth as presented by me in this case.
But you can't point me today to any particular portion or page of her testimony where she states she is not including expansion, right?
She does not state that she is not including expansion. She does not mention expansion based on my.
Thank you.
How you
And
doing, Miss Beatles? You're at your 10, but I see that you waived 20 previously. Do you have more?
I have one more question.
Okay.
And just to confirm, new load requests are communicated to SPS before the customer enters into an agreement. Is that right?
Yes.
And a new load request does not obligate the customer to interconnect with and take service from SPS, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I have nothing further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Beatles. I believe the next questioner to reserve time for cross-examination for Mr. Goodenough was CCAE. Ms.
Correct.
Lynch, Mr. DeSalen.
I'll be asking a few questions.
Okay, I believe you reserved 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Goodenough.
Good morning.
Can you please go to your direct testimony, page 3, and let me know when you've arrived there?
I am there.
Okay, and on that page, you state an answer to the question, have you previously provided testimony before a regulatory commission? And your answer outlines the various matters that you've been involved in, right?
Yes.
Okay. You also submitted information in the New Mexico EDD application in support of SPS's application for economic development, including a notarization of your signature on June 18th, 2025. Is that correct?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Hearing examiner, the non-certification letter is bench request 2. Maybe you would let me show the witness my screen so he can confirm the date he signed the affidavit in support of the application that resulted in bench request 2, the non-certification letter.
Mr. Goodenough, do you dispute that's when you signed it?
No, I have no reason to dispute that.
Ms. Lynch?
Okay, and Mr. Goodenough, do you know when that application was submitted to New Mexico EDD?
I don't.
Hearing examiner, would I be able to show my screen to show or to allow the witness to view when that application was submitted?
Okay.
Okay, let me navigate there. Okay. Do you see my screen?
I see a chat.
I see
So yes, I see your
chat.
screen. What I see is a chat window.
Well, on my screen, what I see is the application. So
Wait one
let me
second.
make sure.
Hearing examiner Hurst, I think you're showing your screen of a Teams window.
Oh, it says the host isn't allowing multiple presenters sharing for this meeting.
Well, I don't want to allow multiple participants to share the screen. I'm allowing you to share your screen.
And I'm trying, and the message I get is the host isn't allowing multiple presenters sharing for this meeting.
Okay. Okay,
Okay, I'll try now.
there you go.
Oops, still the host isn't allowing sharing for this meeting.
No, didn't ask me this time. I'll just pull it up.
Would you like me to send it to you?
No, I have it.
Okay.
What date do you see that submitted?
Are you asking me?
Yes. Look
I'm
at the
seeing
bench.
that it was submitted on June 20th, 2025.
What date was the second bench request submitted?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd have to look that up.
Okay, you don't have
Madam
that.
Examiner,
Yes, ma'am.
can I ask well, I have the the date I believe that we submitted it was um, we've got the verifications. I'm not saying the date we submitted it, but my question, well, actually I do have it. It was on January 22nd. But that is the certification letter. That was the response to the bench request. And I think that Ms. Lynch is referencing a different
The
document.
application.
Right, which is not provided as a bench response. So that's not in the record, as far as I know.
Okay.
Correct.
Right now, Miss Lynch, I am not finding it in the Dropbox. I was pretty sure I had it in here, but
Yeah, the application is not in the Dropbox. The certification letter is, and so my question is, would you issue a bench request for the application? Or if not, would the witness please, I wish I could share my screen.
well, let me try again. Um,
I believe I have allowed the participants to share.
okay.
Okay, let's see if I can do this. All right.
I should have that in the Dropbox.
It's not in the Dropbox, so you know, a request is that perhaps you'd like.
No, Miss, what I'm
issue a
trying to
bench
figure out here,
request.
Miss Lynch, is whether or not the letter that was provided by SPS as its response to the bench request includes Mr. Goodenough, or SPS bench request response to 2 was the letter dated September 22nd, 2025 from the Economic Development Department. Did you ever get a chance to look at that?
No, I haven't seen that.
Okay.
My question is about the application. not
I
the
understand
letter.
that, Miss Lynch.
Okay.
But if you
Apologies.
look
I
at
just
SPS's response to the bench request, down at the bottom paragraph, in the first sentence says, SPS Excel Energy submitted its completed application for economic development certification to NMEDD on August 1st, 2025.
well,
Mr.
that is
Goodenough, do you know whether or not that is a correct statement?
I don't have personal knowledge of that date, but I have no reason to doubt it.
Okay, go ahead, Miss Lynch.
hearing examiner, or Mr. Goodenough, do you recognize what's on my screen as the public version of the application that SPS submitted to NMEDD?
Ms.
I
Lynch, we're
still
not
see
seeing
a
your
chat.
Yeah, we're not seeing your screen, Ms. Lynch.
Yeah, I don't know. I shared my screen. I'm sharing it again now.
Now we see it.
Okay. And this is the public version of the application that SPS provided that it had submitted to New Mexico EDD, correct?
I'm still seeing a chat.
My screen shows that I'm sharing and I don't have a chat up on the screen. Is it perhaps the view that you have on your end, Mr. Goodenough?
I don't believe so. I think I would.
Can
should
anyone
see what's
else
being
see my
shared.
screen?
Yes,
Yes.
I can see it, Miss Lynch.
Okay.
Do you see the application? I'm just seeking confirmation that what I'm sharing is what others are
Okay.
seeing.
Okay. I think there's a drop down to switch the view of who is sharing the screen. So I suspect I need to switch that to you. So I'll do that now.
Okay.
Okay. Yes. Now I see your screen.
Okay. Do you recognize this document as
It's
the public
good.
version of the application that SPS provided to the NMED?
That's not a document that I prepared or reviewed in detail.
But you
So
did
I'm not sure.
include your affirmation, correct?
I believe I signed an affidavit related to this filing.
Okay, and I'm trying to navigate to that. Oops. That's your signature, correct?
Yes.
And you signed this affidavit on June 18th, correct?
Yes.
And that is your signature confirming that this was the application that SPS provided to EDD, correct?
Could we look at the page before my signature? So this is what I'm affirming. These statements are what I'm affirming.
Okay, I submit this affirmation, if you see number 2, based upon my personal knowledge and upon information and belief in support of SPS's request for economic development certification submitted to the New Mexico Economic Development Department. That's what you affirm?
Yes, I affirm that I am submitting this affidavit in support of that.
That's one of the statements. Thank you. This application provided to the public, when is it dated?
The date I see is June 20th, 2025.
That's what I see too here on this public version. Miss Hearing Examiner, Miss Hurst, would you potentially issue a bench request admitting the application into the record?
For what purpose?
Because
This
of
w-
its relationship to bench request 2?
And this hasn't been affirmed that this is the complete document. You call this a public version of the document. So no, I won't issue a bench request for
This
it.
is the public version. Would you I'm interested in knowing when the application was actually submitted. I mean, we have SPS stating one of the applications was submitted on August something, and here the version that I have access to states that it was submitted June 20th.
Ms. Lynch, maybe I can just offer some thoughts here. There's other ways to work to get this document into the record other than a bench request. So I would encourage you to maybe think through some of those ways if this is critical to your line of questioning. I think we're spending a lot of time here sort of circling around. We're just spending a lot of time circling here. So I would just express that for you to consider.
Okay, we saw previously was your signature, correct, Mr.
I'm
Goodenough?
sorry, can you ask your question again?
What we saw previously was your signature, correct, Mr. Goodenough?
On the affidavit toward the bottom of the document, yes.
Okay, and do you know when SPS submitted its application to NMEDD?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I have a few more questions for Mr. Goodenough.
Okay, I stopped your time, Miss Lynch, when we were having difficulty with the screen share, and I started it back up when you started asking questions. You have maximized your 10 minutes.
I believe Prosperity Works has some time.
Okay, so you're indicating to me that you want to use Prosperity Works as 10 minutes now?
Correct.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on from the application, Mr. Goodenough, to your forecast. Oil and gas electrification is a material driver of the load growth in SPS's forecast in this case, correct?
I believe the way I characterize it is one of the three primary drivers.
It's a primary driver.
One of the three primary drivers, yes.
And expansion is another primary driver.
Yes,
Okay, so two of the three are because of expansion and electrification of oil and gas production, correct?
that is correct.
Okay. Without the assumed oil and gas electrification, projected load growth could be materially lower, correct?
I think I can agree if you take projected growth out of a forecast, your growth is lower.
Okay. SPS does not have executed service agreements requiring oil and gas operators to electrify at the scale assumed in your forecast, correct?
That's could you rephrase the question or repeat the question?
Does SPS have executed service agreements requiring oil and gas operators to electrify?
I don't know that we would specify a requirement to electrify in any of our agreements.
Do you have
It's
any
a requirement to it's a request for load and then an agreement to serve a load.
Okay, but the oil and gas operators have not signed an agreement that they will that they're required to take a certain amount of load.
I mean, that's a pretty broad statement. Many have. Not all of the requests have signed an electric service agreement, for example. There is a variety of other metrics that we use to include in the forecast, and we do believe that the load that is included in the forecast, if it has not yet signed an electric service agreement, is moving and progressing through the stages where it will eventually sign an ESA.
So, could future business decisions by oil and gas producers not to electrify affect the forecast?
In what way?
I mean, can you imagine a scenario under which oil and gas may make a business decision not to electrify?
I suspect that's a possibility. You know, we do communicate often with our large oil and gas customers, and have not received any indication as of yet that they intend to change their business processes or their business plans. But there's always a chance that, you know, a forecast is inherently uncertain. Some level of uncertainty exists in any forecast. So there's a chance that things could change. Yes.
If rates were to increase to such a degree that it's doesn't make sense monetarily for a business operating in the oil and gas production business, if it no longer monetarily makes sense for them to electrify, they're not required to stay electric, correct?
Going to do my best to answer that question. So by stay electric, are you suggesting they would revert to their previous fuel sources?
If it were cheaper?
I don't know that that's a strong possibility of kind of de-electrifying, as it were. You know, a lot of these companies have invested in electrifying their processes, and it would be costly to go back to previous, you know,
But it's a
previous ways of
possibility.
doing business. I suspect it's a remote possibility. Yes.
Okay. Does your forecast include a scenario where lower oil or gas prices reduce drilling activity?
It's not a specific assumption in the scenarios that we present.
Okay. Did you discount the forecast to account for delay, partial electrification, or non-completion?
No, we are using the information provided by our customers through our key account reps team. So decisions like the ones you've been outlining here, I think would be made in the business, not necessarily at the utility. And you know, as our customers are presenting their load needs to us, we're assessing the likelihood of those connections coming through and including them in the forecast. We're not necessarily doing what ifs on their load requests, other than just an assessment of you know, as I outlined in my testimony, the assessment that we do on the requests.
Okay. If SPS over forecasts oil and gas electrification load, customers bear the cost of any unnecessary infrastructure, correct?
Probably the bear the cost part of that question is beyond my area of expertise.
Do you know whether customers continue to pay for infrastructure that SPS has built?
Again, not my area of expertise. I suspect if that were to happen, those would be conversations that were had at the commission.
Do you know who within SPS may be able to answer this question?
Probably Mr. Trowbridge would have been the better witness to answer these questions.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that direction. Mr. Goodenough, those are my questions for you. Thank you for your time today, and thank you, Hearing Examiner Hurst, for navigating all that I requested.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch. I believe the next party to reserve time for questions for Mr. Goodenough was Sierra Club. Ms. Zur,
Thank you, Hearing Examiner. May I begin?
please.
Good morning, Mr. Goodenough. I'm Stephanie Zur, and I represent the Sierra Club.
Morning.
If you would do so, The hearing examiner asked you about bench request number 2, and in particular, SPS's response. Do you have that to look at? And if not, could the hearing examiner pull that up, please, for him to
I
look
do.
at?
I do not have it to look at. So if somebody could share, that would be appreciated.
And that's the September 22nd letter, 2025, the Economic Development Department's letter. Could you share that hearing examiner? It's page 5 of the PDF. And go to the last paragraph, if you would, please. Okay, and I just would like you to read that last paragraph where it says XPX Excel Energy. Could you just read the first 4 lines, please, of that?
An objection.
Miss Hardy?
This bench response was sponsored by Miss Lees,
Yep.
and so I think there's a lack of foundation here regarding Mr. Goodenough.
Well, let him read. She wants him to review the first 4 lines, so let him do that, and then let's wait for the question, all right?
Okay, thank you.
Have you read those lines, Mr. Goodenough?
I'll start now. I was waiting for the objection.
Okay.
Okay.
Your question, Mr.?
Yes. The first line refers to the completed application. Would you agree with me? The second sentence refers to the original incomplete application submitted before August 1st?
I can agree. Those are the words on the page.
And could you also agree with me that the date that Ms. Lynch showed you of June 20th is not inconsistent with the statement that a complete application was submitted on August 1st?
I think generally, yes, the June 20th date is before August 1st, and this paragraph is indicating that the completed application was filed on August 1st.
Do you have any reason to dispute that the application originally submitted was actually weeks earlier? If your personal knowledge, if you can answer that.
I mean, not from my personal knowledge, but I have no reason to dispute or agree.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Mr. Harris, Mr. Marcus, I believe well, let me ask first. Mr. Lee, is it time for a break?
That would be appreciated, Judge.
All right, very well, sir. I have, I got 10:32. Let's recess for 10 minutes, come back at 10:42, and then DOJ can begin their 30 minutes. Please remember that the YouTube is still streaming. Thank you. We are recessed for 10 minutes.
Yeah, beef. Yeah, yes. I'm afraid to turn the heat on because I think it'll boil. What was it? Yeah. Next.
Good morning, Mr. Lee.
Good morning, Judge.
Just wanted to thank you again for all your attention and professionalism and all that you do to help us with these proceedings.
You bet. Happy to help. Ready when you are, Judge.
How we doing, Mr. Lee?
I'm ready when you are.
Very well. Thank you, sir. Let's go back on our record from our lunch and recess. Our morning recess, and continue the cross-examination of Mr. Goodenough. I believe that the New Mexico DOJ reserved 30 minutes for Mr. Goodenough. So Mr. Harris, Mr. Marcus,
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Mr. Goodenough, what? Sorry?
go ahead, sir.
Mr. Goodenough, my name is Larry Marcus. I'm with the New Mexico Department of Justice. I have a few questions for you. First of all, in your rebuttal testimony, you state that oil on page 15, at the top of the page, you mentioned that oil and gas electrification is not the primary driver of SPS's forecasted oil and gas load growth. Yet, during Ms. Lynch's cross, you note that you state that it is one of the three primary drivers. Which is it, Mr. Goodenough?
It's a primary driver, not the primary driver.
Do you have percentages on that, on what the contribution of increased production versus increased electrification? Did you have any percentages regarding those?
No, we don't. As I mentioned earlier, the oil and gas requests that we get the oil and gas load requests directly from our customers. We know based on conversations with them that some of it is electrification, the majority of it is expansion or increased production. But they don't tease out a load request to this much is electrification and this amount's expansion.
You mentioned that approximately earlier, I believe, I think it was Ms. Drake or during that cross-examination, you calculated that 12% came from residential, small business, and other. That's 73% oil and gas, 15% data centers, and the remainder, which ended up being about 12%, is residential, small business, and et cetera. How did you come up with that number? How did you come up with the projections for residential and small business growth?
Yeah, so my team, the underlying models that we use in the forecast are very industry standard kind of regression-based modeling. So we look at the historical relationships between, I'm going to give examples, population, economic activity like GMP, gross metropolitan product, similar to gross domestic product, but at a more regional level, employment, those kind of metrics, and look at the historical relationship between how those drivers have been associated with customer growth and sales growth. So we're running models that estimate those relationships and weathers in the sales models as well. And then we're doing projections, or we incorporate economic projections that we get from a third-party vendor, IHS, of those drivers, employment, population, gross metro product, to forecast what I think of as kind of the mass market customer classes. So the residential growth, the underlying small commercial growth, think like small restaurants, convenience stores, gas stations, those kinds of things, based on historical relationships between economic growth in a region and projections for that economic growth. That's what sits kind of underneath our forecast. And then we are working, as we've discussed a lot at this point, but working directly with our large customers to layer their specific load requests on top of that underlying growth.
You mentioned you take weather into account. Do you take into account the likelihood that historical weather trends are changing, that winters are tending to be, maybe not today, but winters are tending to be warmer, and so are summers. So less demand in the winter, more demand in the summer.
We use the 30-year normal in our models.
And what 30-year period is that you're using?
For this forecast, it would be 1994 through 2023. The forecast was developed in 2024, so we use the preceding 30 years.
You mentioned also that you take into account electric cars, the growth of electric cars. Do you also take into account that often when people are buying electric cars, they're also putting solar on the roofs, and the electric cars can actually serve as a storage, and all of this can serve as a distributed power plant or virtual power plant? Have you taken into account the growth
I'm sorry, excuse me. All of this can serve as
a distributed power plant or a virtual power plant, and do you take that into account as well? That this could be a source of energy as well as low demand.
No, we do not.
As far as that 12% of other residential, small business, et cetera, did you make any calculations as how much of that is going to be in New Mexico versus how much of that is going to be in Texas?
I don't know we run the models on a state basis, so I don't know the percentages, but we could get to that. I mean, the way I would think about it though is a lot of probably the majority of the residential growth would be in Texas, where there's more residential centers, able to grow to larger cities, those kinds of things, and the commercial growth would be more distributed between the two regions.
Now, you in your testimony, you cited the S&P study, the electrifying the Permian Basin.
In my testimony, I referenced that was a study that was used to develop a scenario in the 2023 IRP. I don't know that I actually cite the study in my testimony.
You mentioned it though, and that this was used for your calculations.
Yes, I mentioned it was used to develop a scenario in the 2023 IRP.
So I believe I uploaded to the Dropbox, but I can also share my screen. You in your testimony, you describe a demand for power that just keeps rising, maybe more in the near future, but it keeps going up over time, like up until like 2043 or so.
My forecast continues to increase, yes.
So I want to take a look at page 9 of that S&P study. So with the here examiner's permission, I'd like to share my screen. So on page 9, you see where it says on the left graph, there's an increase in power demand up until 2036, and then it starts to trail off a little bit, or quite a bit actually. How do you what would be the driver of growth of demand after that point?
Yeah, I think there could potentially be several. One, my understanding of this study is that there is an expectation that oil production and associated power demand might decline in the future, but the timing isn't necessarily specific. I understand it shows roughly 2036 on the graph, so we can speak to that date. A couple things kind of give me confidence in increasing load beyond that. One is the nature of the information that we get from our customers. So I mentioned a little bit earlier, we have pretty good insight into our customers' plans over the next 3, 5, or 7 years based on their load requests. So there's in my forecast, you'll see that our growth starts to slow after we have kind of insight into that specific information from our customers. We get to 2028, 2030, well, 3, 5, 7 years is going to be this 2036 time range. So as we progress through time and get closer to where 2030 and beyond is in the range that we have good insight from our customers, I suspect the requests that we get from those customers will exceed the growth that I currently have in the forecast.
And so why do you think that it will exceed the growth in the forecast?
Just because of the nature of the way we get the information from customers. They have near to medium term needs. As you go through time, that near to medium term need goes further out in time.
And you base this on what? On what that the near and medium term need it becomes more of a long term need. What do you base that on?
Just expectations of the load growth from our customers.
So they're contradicting this study? Your customers are contradicting this study, or?
I don't know that they're contradicting the study. They're giving us more precise information in the near term, where you see stronger growth.
Right, but I mean, after, let's say after 2036 or so, then it's starting to trail off. Do you have any information on that that would contradict what this study is saying?
No.
And let's see, it's hard to see with all the, but on the right graph, it shows that I guess around 2023, there's suddenly a gap. Suddenly there's the historical growth rate, suddenly the projected load demand starts to increase much faster than the historical growth rate. Why would that be?
Not an author of the study, but my understanding of the information here would be the beginning of the electrification of the Permian, as the study indicates.
And so we're right here actually. So there should already have been a substantial change between the projected load demand and historical growth rate. We're at 2026, so we're a few years into this. Has this happened?
Yes, we have seen an increasing growth rate over the last several years, both demand and energy sales.
Has it been the same extent that is in the study, or?
I can't speak to the. I'm not going to try to do the math on the change in a growth rate based on this graph, but it's in line with our expectations of growth in the forecast presented in this case. Actually, slightly above the forecast that we presented in this case is what we've seen in actuals for 24 and 25 on a demand basis.
So I have a few more questions about your testimony itself. So you have several graphs showing the projected power demand, both peak demand and total sales over the years. And so you first have the 2024 RFP forecast, and that it shows the graph on page 15. And then you also have a revised graph for 2025, if I can find that. And well, and the table on page 23, actually, I want to focus on that because there's a difference between the updated forecast and the 2024 RFP, where there's the updated forecast is in some cases, much lower in the next few years, like especially in 2028 when it's almost over a gigawatt over. It's 1,003 megawatts. So that the updated forecast is a gigawatt under that. And what made such a dramatic change? What caused such a dramatic change in the forecast?
Objection.
Ms. Hardy?
I object to Mr. Marcus testifying and including his opinions or commentary in the testimony. Not ask a question.
I don't think it's a commentary or an opinion or testifying when I'm describing something that is in his testimony. I'm describing a table that's in his testimony that shows I mean it's 1 gigawatt out of 6 gigawatts. That's a pretty big change, and I'm trying to ask him why that change happened.
Ms. Hardy?
I think that there was a very long introductory prelude to the question that is what I object to.
And I'll make it shorter.
Go ahead, sir. Your pending question is there's
on
a
page
change.
23. Oh, sorry.
Oh, there's a change in the table that you referenced, and you
Yes,
wanted to know why?
Yes, on page 23.
Mr. Goodenough?
Yeah, thank you
Go ahead, sir.
For generally restating the question there. It took me a moment to find the table. Yes, understand the question, and I would say that table lies in a section of my testimony titled Managing Customer Load Additions that gives all the reasons for the forecast change. Generally, what we've incorporated into the forecast since the 2024 RFP is system constraints. So either generation constraints or transmission constraints. And that's why the near-term forecast is lower. But the, I don't know, medium-term forecast, let's call it through 2035, is a little bit higher, but kind of roughly the same. Once those constraints are alleviated, we expect that load to materialize.
You mentioned on page 21 transmission improvements that were expected to alleviate certain constraints on the SPS system in 2020.
Sorry, can you start your question again, please? You mentioned on
page 21, you mentioned transmission improvements that were expected to alleviate constraints that were delayed until 2031. What caused these delays?
Yeah, I go on to say SPS, Mr. Cooley describes these constraints and plan transmission improvements in more detail. So he would have been a better witness to address that.
Is there any guarantee that these transmission improvements will actually be made by 2031?
I think Mr. Cooley would have been a better witness to address that question.
Let me just see what else I have on here. So you have in your, I believe it's rebuttal testimony, you describe 60% versus 80% chance of electrification. It's on page 11, I believe.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm sure I do, but I would appreciate a reference just so I can find it quickly.
Pages 10, bottom.
Sorry, gentlemen, can I have one speaker at a time, please?
Go ahead, sir.
Towards the bottom of page 10 onto page 11, you describe customers with a 60% probability of connection or customers with an 80% probability. There are no error bars in your projected demand charts. How do you incorporate this uncertainty into these calculations?
Yeah, I in this question, the Q&A that you've mentioned, I also took the opportunity to clarify that the percentages aren't really percentages, and let me kind of explain what that means. So it's the 60% and the 80% are kind of nomenclature that we use inside the company. It's just kind of a shorthand for really stages in the process. So there hasn't been a retrospective calculation of 60% of loads that meet certain criteria and make it into the forecast. It's really just an indication of the level of likelihood that a load will materialize. In my testimony, I discussed the criteria to reach each stage gate. Happy to go through it or not. So while you're correct that we're not kind of incorporating error bars, I think, uncertainty in a forecast is inherently understood, but it also wouldn't be necessarily based on these probabilities that we would do a calculation like that.
But I mean, these companies that say there's where you estimate a 60% probability or an 80% probability, are you incorporating their demand into the forecasts?
We're incorporating the demand of customers that have either a strong or high likelihood of connection.
So if a customer has an 80% or a 60% likelihood of connection, you're just assuming that they will connect when you make these forecasts.
Yeah, I may not have explained. I'm trying to delineate between the actual percentages. It's not a 60% chance of connection. The 60% represents, in our view, a strong likelihood of connection based on conversations with the customers, among many other factors.
But you have no commitments, though, from any of these customers.
Not in the form of an ESA or a TTA, a transmission tap agreement.
Have you made any of these? have you done any of these forecasts using only the customers that have those ESAs or TPA agreements?
Could you be specific with any of these forecasts? The ones presented in the case?
Well, the ones presented, those don't have the ESA, don't necessarily have the ESAs or TPAs.
Correct.
Would you be able to make a forecast using only the customers that have ESAs or TPAs?
But yes, we have that information.
And how much growth would you say there would be if, like, let's say in 2030, how different would it be than the forecast you've made?
I wouldn't want to speculate on that. I'd have to go look at the data again.
So these forecasts are based on these forecasts are based on that these oil and gas production expansion and electrification that these things would happen to the extent that have been the assumptions are that this expansion is going to happen, that this production is going to happen, this electrification is going to happen. And if for some reason production doesn't keep going up, for whatever reason, price of oil and gas goes down, parts of the Permian Basin end up being tapped out. Then
Mr. Marcus,
Yeah.
Marcus, sorry to interrupt, but I just want to say that the simpler the question, the better.
Okay.
So I'm not telling any party necessarily how to ask their questions. That's their prerogative. But I just want to express, certainly from the hearing examiner's point of view, it's easier to follow the question and answer when the question is simple, even if it has a predicate. So as you were asking your question just now, I was getting a bit lost. So maybe you can maybe rephrase and simplify your question.
That this forecasted demand is that it's based on these assumptions of increased oil and gas production and electrification. Is that right?
For the oil and gas portion, expansion and electrification portion of the load forecast, the requests that are included in the forecasts are based on our understanding that our customers are accurately communicating their load needs.
And are you aware that the price of oil and gas has historically been somewhat volatile, and therefore the demand for oil and gas has been somewhat volatile?
I think generally speaking, oil and gas can be volatile. The price of oil.
Yeah. And this is 73% of the projected growth?
Yes.
I have nothing else. Thank you very much, Mr. Goodenough.
Thank you, Mr. Marcus. I believe that the final cross-examiner to reserve time for Mr. Goodenough is staff. Ms. Lang, Ms. Amer, I believe staff reserved 45 minutes.
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Go ahead, please.
Good morning, Mr. Goodenough. My name is Judy Amer, and I am an attorney for the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission's Utility Division staff.
Good morning.
Madam Hearing Examiner and Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would request that there be a bench request for SPS's forecast that Mr. Goodenough just stated that only used ESAs or TSAs. He said that they had such a forecast.
What's your foundation for wanting this information in the record, Ms. Amer?
That Mr. Goodenough testified that that forecast existed, and that would demonstrate the firm commitments that have written agreements. as opposed to the forecasted agreement, forecasted commitments.
Mr. Goodenough, did you say that you had such a forecast?
I believe I indicated that we had the data broken out in such a way and could potentially develop such a forecast, but not that we had one.
Okay, so you're not saying that you actually presented this type of forecast in your application or in your testimony?
That's correct.
Ms. Amer?
Well, then I guess just a bench request for the data.
Maybe I can add some thoughts here because this has come up now, I think, 3 times in this hearing. And as hearing examiner Hurst and I have expressed at other occasions, the parties requesting us to issue a bench request is not a lever that is really available to the parties. This pursuit of information or documents can happen in discovery. And so I would just remind the parties that the hearing examiners are not really available to be mechanically moved by the parties to issue a bench request on their behalf.
I understand, and I have no expectation that you will necessarily say yes to this request.
Therefore, Ms. Amer, based upon it doesn't sound like to me that there is such forecast, and the witness's answer will stand as his testimony and will be considered as such. So the request to have additional information put forth in the record by virtue of bench request is denied. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Goodenough, on page 27 of your direct testimony and also on page 7 of the same, you state that the need for resources is driven by unprecedented load growth and a spike in interconnection requests. Is that correct?
Could you point me to the line?
Well, line 7 at 2 to 4, and then line 27, this is of the direct. On line 4.
Okay, so line or page 7, 2 to 4.
You don't use the word spike, but on page
Okay.
27, you use the word spike.
Okay. So
Line-
yes, what I'm indicating here is we've seen rapid growth in the past few years, and we expect that to continue due to the expansion of oil and gas activities, the electrification of many historically off-grid oil and gas activities, and a rise in new data center connections. What we've observed in the load requests that we're getting from customers is a sharp increase that, over the past few years that has sustained. So that gives us confidence in the sustained nature of that load.
But on page 27 of your direct testimony, you use the word spike.
I use the word spike to mean a sharp increase.
In interconnection requests, and continuing on to line 5, particularly for new large load customers,
Yes.
as in not oil and gas customers.
No, that incorporates the oil and gas customers.
Okay, so is it true then throughout both of your testimonies, when you use the large load request phrase, that includes both data centers and oil and gas requests.
It's possible. If you could point me to a specific reference, I could indicate that that's what I mean. But generally, we consider, requests from oil and gas customers for either electrification or expansion, and requests from data centers to be large load requests.
Well, in particular, your language used on page 27 of your direct testimony, lines 4 and 5, SPS has experienced a spike in interconnection requests, particularly from new large load customers. Who is included in that phrase? New large load customers.
So new large load customers would largely refer to data centers.
Thank you. But isn't it true that only 250 of such megawatts have actually begun taking service over the past 5 years?
Could you point me to that number in testimony?
That was a response to LES 5-4, and I would have to go into Mr. Fitzhenry's testimony to see if he referred to it. Let me see. On page 3, exhibit CTF1 of Mr. Fitzhenry's testimony.
Yeah, apologies. I don't have that in front of me.
Can we pause the hearing so we can get it in front of him?
You got it?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Ms. Amer, you have the ability to share a screen, so please proceed.
Okay, well, I will wait to do that at the end, because I don't want to hold up anything. Would you agree that a vast majority of the spike in requests you discuss in your testimony do not actually connect and take power?
Could you restate the question? I'm sorry.
Do you agree that historically, a vast majority of the spike in interconnection requests that you discuss in your testimony do not actually result in a connected load taking power?
Objection.
Ms. Hardy?
It misstates his testimony. His testimony is talking about spikes in the future or in the forecast, and Ms. Amer is asking about whether spikes in the it's a confusing question.
Ms. Amer?
I will rephrase it. Do you
Very well.
agree that requests for interconnection, a vast majority, do not actually result in connected load taking power?
No. I believe in my rebuttal testimony, I referenced the testimony of Mr. Cooley, who has more of a retrospective look at the request as opposed to the forecasted look that I present in my testimony. We can go to Mr. Fitzhenry's testimony later if needed. But if that's a number we provided in discovery, that's likely an accurate number. And I would say that requests don't immediately turn into load. So I think as we get requests and are able to serve them, that's when you would start to see that load materialize.
Would you agree that it's not 100% of requests actually result in connected load taking power?
I agree it's not 100%, and we're not including 100% in our forecast.
Would you agree that it is not 50%?
I don't know that I have a basis to know the statistics around load connections. We're not including 50% of our load requests in our forecast. We're including less than that.
Right, I understand how you're including them. The ones that is, from what you just testified, isn't it true that 60 you include in the forecast the ones that meet the 60% mark?
60% in the kind of the way it's been presented in the case, as I've tried to explain, it's better to think of that as a strong likelihood based on the criteria I outlined in my rebuttal testimony.
Do you agree that 60% is not, it's over, do you agree that it's overly optimistic to use the word strong likelihood for a 60% probability?
Again, I've attempted to explain that the probabilities shouldn't be thought of as like connection probabilities. I understand it was probably confusing initially, so hopefully I've helped clear that up. The way that we are evaluating the load requests that we get is we have high likelihood of or high probability of connection. Say likelihood of connection are those that have a signed agreement, so an ESA or a TTA specifically. For loads that we include in the forecast that don't have those signed agreements, we're not just putting in any load that any customer comes and requests from us. We are, our SPS, the key account managers, are really instituting a set of criteria to evaluate the likelihood of those loads. Like, we are comfortable that that load will materialize based on a set of criteria that they use to evaluate the conversations with the customers and the requests.
I understand. In your rebuttal, pages 11 and 12, starting at line 5, you talk about loads labeled with an 80% or greater probability have some form of signed agreement with SPS. So what percentage of those 80%, this is hard to ask, what percentage of the 80% were included in your forecast?
So the loads, to try to get out of the percentages discussion, those loads are deemed to have a high likelihood of connection based on a signed agreement with SPS, and the entirety of that load is included in that forecast with assumptions about connection dates and ramp times. It's not all just immediately in the forecast, but we expect that load to ramp to the requested amount over a period of time.
Okay, so how many of those types of loads out of the total loads that you used as data were in that 80% category, 80 likelihood category?
Yeah, I believe I was asked this by prior counsel. I would have to look at the data to give a specific number on that.
Is it less than half?
I'm not sure.
But isn't it true that SPS is requesting the commission to approve billions in capital investment based upon a forecast that includes, I don't know how many customers, but a certain amount who have not signed a contract or paid a deposit?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Do you agree that this application is requesting the commission to approve billions in capital investment based on the forecast that includes customers who have not signed any contract and not paid any deposit.
So I agree that the forecast used in this proceeding incorporates some customers that do not have a signed agreement, but the company has assessed as having a strong likelihood of connection based on a set of criteria.
If the customers who have no financial commitment decide to walk away or delay their projects, the costs of the gains and toll plants would still be in SBS's rate base, correct?
Objection.
Ms. Hardy?
It's outside the scope of Mr. Goodenough's testimony.
I'll rephrase it. If the application is approved, then the cost of the projects would still be in rate base. Is that correct?
Same objection.
Even if these customers who have no financial
Ms.
commitment.
Amer, she's objected. Do you want to address?
The objection? I think
Yeah, she says it's outside of the scope of his testimony.
he testified that these customers have no financial commitment.
Yeah, but your question is, if the application is approved, the cost of the projects would still be in rate base. Can you point me to, are you making the allegation that he testifies as to what would be included in rate base or not in his testimony?
No, he does not testify what would be included in rate base.
Okay, the objection sustained. Move on.
I want to move on to Dr. WRA witness Weller's testimony. Isn't it true that SPS agrees that it does not have full insight into the motivation of customers in the oil and gas production category of requests to add load? He does not have full insight into why those customers in the oil production category request to add load.
Full insight in what way?
Basically, SPS, do you agree that SPS does not know what motivates customers in the oil and gas industry to add load?
I think I'm struggling with the word motivates there a bit. What I can explain is that, again, we have a key account management team that is in very regular discussions with our large customers, and we are providing a service that they use in their operations, and they are indicating that they need more load for their operations. My general understanding is that the load request encompasses both expansion of oil and gas production and electrification.
If external circumstances occur, isn't it possible that these customers could choose not to electrify?
In a hypothetical, sure. As I mentioned, we are regularly speaking with our customers, so that would be information that we would expect to get through them via, communication of a change of plans or potentially lower load requests in the future. But it's hypothetical.
But do you agree that it's possible that forecasted load could disappear?
Struggling with the word disappear here. It's possible that load could end up being lower than a forecast in the future.
Right. And do you agree that it could not occur?
There's inherent uncertainty in any forecast.
And do you agree that cost could factor into a decision as to whether or not to connect?
Could you be more specific?
Well, if the cost of electricity was too high, for example, or the cost to find another solution besides connecting.
I believe that is an assessment that our oil and gas customers would do, and they would communicate any changes in their load needs based on that assessment, or an assessment of any other possible drivers of an increase or decrease in load need via the account management team.
But cost is a driver in a decision. Do you agree?
On general economic principle, yes. I'm not sure the decision-making process that these oil and gas customers undertake when they make a decision to expand operations or electrify.
I have one other question. What was the date your planning forecast was generated?
I don't know if we give a specific date. I believe it was spring 2024, subject to check. I'm sure I say it in my direct testimony somewhere.
Yeah, but did you redo the planning forecast after SPS was informed that the winter reserve margin for SPP was to increase to 36%? Can you see your direct testimony on page 23?
Sure. I'm there.
You mentioned in response to cross-examination from NMDOJ that this is an updated forecast. Was it updated after SPS was told the winter reserve margin for SPP was to increase to 36%?
So for clarity, this is an informational update. The updated forecast in the table you referenced is not forecast used in this proceeding. It is an updated forecast since the forecast was developed for simplification. The updated forecast here was developed in 2025. I don't know the exact date we learned about the PRM change. I suspect it was before that. They feel like I've been hearing about that for a while. That has no influence on a forecast, though, what a PRM is. So we are assessing customer loads, doing modeling of demand based on indicated customer needs and some of the factors I discussed earlier, economic growth, those sorts of things, and providing that to our resource planning team. At no point do we consider a PRM as a trigger for a forecast or an input into the forecast.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Amer. I've got a few questions. Mr. Goodenough, thank you. And I guess I want to start with in answering Ms. Amer's questions a couple of times. I heard you make reference to the account management team, who you indicated in your testimony, was in regular discussion with your large customers. Is that correct?
Yes, we have a team of key account managers that are the liaison between the company and our large customers and are in regular communication.
And I also thought I heard you say a couple of times that these account managers yeah, you're referencing the question about the 60%, and I don't really my understanding is the 60% basically is synonymous with or has been assigned the meaning of strong likelihood of probability. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
And you say then you're differentiating between where you have some type of signed written agreement and those that don't. And you testified for loads that we included in the forecast that don't have those signed agreements. We're not just putting in any load that any customer comes and requests from us. We are SPS, comma, the key account managers, comma, are really instituting a set of criteria to evaluate the likelihood of those loads. We are comfortable that load will materialize based on a set of criteria that they use to evaluate the conversations with the customers and the requests. That was your testimony, sir?
It sounds about right. Yes.
I'm reading it from the transcript. So hopefully we've encompassed what you said. And so my question to you is based upon that, is this a written set of criteria?
Good question. I'm not sure the degree to which these criteria are specifically written down. Again, that work is handled by the key account management team. But in my rebuttal testimony, I provide examples of the types of things that they consider as they're doing that evaluation. And I can read that or just point you to where that is if helpful.
Why don't you point me toward your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it's page 11. And then it's starting on line 7. It's the beginning of that paragraph. Or I guess really most of that paragraph.
Okay. And you're referencing on page 11, SPS's response to an NMDOJ interrogatory 1-1.
Yes. And then restating the factors that we list in that interrogatory, beginning on the line 10, the sentence that starts, these factors include weather, etc.
Okay, so this is what you mean then when you're saying in your testimony here today, instituting a set of criteria. You're talking about the factors in your rebuttal testimony.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, anything else that you mean by that phrase?
No, I'm referring to the what I listed in my rebuttal.
Okay. Sir, I had a question with regard to your rebuttal testimony on page 10. You're continuing to answer the question posed on page 8. At line 7, NMDOJ witness Glick states that SPS lacks a robust justification for its large load forecast. How do you respond? So you begin your answer on page 8, line 9, go through all of page 9, through line 10 on page 10. So I'd like to ask you about your statement at line 4, because the load forecast going forward and then in paren beyond 2025 in paren does not include wholesale load. A proper discussion of the load trends should forecast on retail loads only. That was your testimony, sir?
Focus on retail loads only, yes.
The load forecast doesn't include a factor for wholesale load at all?
No, and maybe just give a little context into my critique here. One of the things that Ms. Glick argues is that our load forecast is showing a sharp change, sharp spike, sharp contrast in what we've seen in historical load. And as I say here, while the numbers she cites are accurate, the reason load in SPS has been declining is because we have expiring wholesale contracts over the last 5 years.
Right.
That goes away entirely after 2025. So there is
Sure.
we have no more wholesale contracts anymore. So really, if you want to look at the true trend, it's looking at our forecasted retail load, which is the only load remaining after 25, and the historical changes in that retail load, so that your history isn't clouded by expiring contracts.
Okay, and the wholesale load that you're referring to is your co-op sales?
That's correct.
And I've seen those disappear over the years, and so they're gonna finally end in 2025.
They are slated to end certainly by the peak of the peak season of 26. They will be done.
And just so I understand this, and on page 14 of your rebuttal testimony, the question posed at line 9 and 10, Ms. Levin also asserts that SPS's load forecast uncertainties raise questions regarding the prudency of gains. Do you agree? You begin your answer at line 11 and you say, no. As discussed by Mr. Gable, declining to approve gains and TOLC would lead to a 0% reserve margin after winter 2026/27 with no allowance for incremental growth past that date. That's your testimony, sir?
That is the testimony.
So you're in agreement then that well, I guess explain this to me. Declining to approve gains in Tolk would lead to a 0% reserve margin after winter 2026 and 27. Gains won't be operating in by 2027, will it?
Yeah, I'm not sure. The beginning of that sentence with as discussed by Mr. Gable, I was attempting to indicate that he was a subject matter expert on this and would be best to be asked these questions.
Well, you kind of can't reference somebody in your testimony and then go ahead and put the premise and not expect to be asked about it, Mr. Goodenough. Right?
Fair.
You know, I mean, if you're including it as part of your testimony, you know, then it's being attributed to you. So can you provide me with an explanation about a 0% reserve margin in 2026 and 2027? If Gaines isn't even going to be built by then, so how would it be relied upon to have any contribution to a margin, or even provide anything if it wasn't producing anything?
I understand the question. You know, this is my understanding of the situation based on my conversations with Mr. Gable. I appreciate your comment about including it in my testimony. I'm not the best witness to answer those questions.
Okay. Okay, and just so that I make sure I understand your testimony, the next question on page 14, line 14, WRA witness Weller criticizes the load forecast based on her claim that the majority of the growth is due to oil and gas electrification and that SPS has uncertainty about more than half of its load requests. Do you agree? And then on page 15, you begin with your answer on line 1 that says no. As I discussed earlier, oil and gas electrification is not the primary driver of SPS's forecasted oil and gas load growth. Furthermore, SPS's load forecast is based on actual load requests from its customers. That's your, and then your answer goes on. That's
Yes.
your testimony, sir, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So it's your opinion that the load forecast utilized in this case is based on actual load requests from customers, right?
The load forecast used in this case is based on, not entirely, but largely based on actual requests from customers. And I give the caveat of not entirely for that additional 12% that we've discussed a couple of times, which are based on our own internal model.
Okay. So then I would consider lines 2 and 3 now modified as saying SPS's load forecast is based on actual load except for 12%.
We could say based largely on load requests from its actual load requests from its customers. I think that would get to a similar place.
Okay.
The one note that I will add there is I was specifically referring you to a critique of that incorporated oil and gas electrification, oil and gas growth. So I think the intent was the forecast for that growth was based on requests from customers, but I take your comment that it, could read a little bit better.
Okay. I'm just asking what you meant, sir.
I
So
appreciate it.
that I understand.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
You're good enough. I believe that that's all the questions. Let me just make sure. Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Hearing
Madam
Examiner
Hearing Examiner.
Schaefer, any questions for Mr. Goodenough?
I do have several questions. I think they might go a little bit more than 10 minutes, so I would suggest we take our lunch recess at this time, and I can come back to the witness when we're all refreshed.
Okay, this might be a natural break. I believe based on scheduling, we are at 10:51. We're going to recess for an hour for lunch, and let's come back at 12:51. And is that acceptable, Hearing Examiner Schaefer?
Yes, absolutely.
Very, very well. Okay, we are in recess. Actually, now it's 11:52. Let's come back at 12:52, and Hearing Examiner Schaefer has some questions for you, Mr. Goodenough. And then just to have a trailer, or as I used to refer to them, preview of coming attractions. After presentation of this witness, SPS will pause presentation of its case as its other last two witnesses are not available at this time, and we'll go ahead and begin with the staff witnesses this afternoon. So thank you all very much. We're recessed for an hour. Please remember that the YouTube is on.
Miss Hurst, your video's on.
Hello there, Mr. Lee.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Are we ready?
Yes, Judge.
Very well. Thank you, sir. Let's go back on the record. We are returning from our luncheon recess. And I believe hearing examiner. Hi, Mr. Harris. Do you have?
I
we
have a
have some
procedural matter, Madam
procedural
Hearing
things?
Examiner.
Okay. Go ahead,
Earlier
sir.
this morning, Ms. Beatles from WRA had indicated that her witness is unable to testify on Thursday. My witness is available to testify on Thursday, and I was wondering if you would be willing to switch those slots.
Okay. I'm not anticipating, I don't know how far we're gonna go into Thursday, but, I'll make a note of that, Mr. Harris. All right, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Hardy?
Madam Examiner, I believe that Mr. Walker is waiting to be let into the Zoom. He sent me a message.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We don't have anything else procedural then. Hearing examiner Schaefer, I believe that you had some questions for Mr. Goodenough.
Yes, thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Goodenough.
Good afternoon.
I wanted to step back for a second and ask you a couple questions about your efforts here with this application. And I'll just say by way of preface, I'm not sure if you've seen some of my questions for the other witnesses, but I think it's really important to provide a common frame of reference, not only for the parties here, but also for the members of the public that are participating and watching these proceedings. So with that said, you can feel free to treat me as your student and teach me more about your thoughts and the ideas and the principles that have guided your practice and your forecasting. So to start with, can you tell us what an econometric model is?
Yes, so it's a model that is used to estimate the relationships between historical variables or drivers and an output. So in the examples of the modeling that we do for our load forecasting, the output is either customer counts or sales or demand. And what we are doing is developing relationships based on statistical modeling that relates the key drivers, in this case, economic drivers for the most part, to those variables. So for example, for customer counts, we'll look at historical customer counts in a region, say the SPS service territory in Texas or the SPS service territory in New Mexico. And how does that relate to population? So as population grows, you would expect customers to grow. What is that statistical relationship? As an example. And then we will use forecasts of the drivers that we identify as being significant in the models to project, for example, residential customer growth in Texas going forward based on projections of continued population growth in the region. That can be applied to customer counts for the various classes, and it can also be applied to sales, where drivers, as one of the drivers I mentioned was weather. We'll look at economic activity, so say gross metropolitan product, or the amount of economic activity in a region, could be a key driver for commercial sales, for example, commercial electricity sales.
In your testimony, you provide a description and make a distinction between independent and dependent variables. Could you explain how those work with your econometric model, and specifically with respect to the examples that you just provided in your last answer?
Yeah, the dependent variables would be in the examples I provided would be customer counts. It's dependent on various factors that lead to current customer counts and projected future customer counts. The independent variables would be the drivers, population, in that example.
So the dependent variables are the ones that are calculated and depend upon the inputs of independent variables. Is that correct?
That's a good summary, yes.
Are any of the independent variables that you used themselves produced? That is to say that were the independent variables that you used at any point dependent variables?
Well, I will say likely, and the reason I say likely is we do get the forecasts of those independent variables from a third party, so it's not modeling that we've done internally. Having said that, things along the lines of population growth typically are an output of a model that accounts for demographics, so the aging of the population, net migration, the number of people that move into a service territory or exit a service territory, the net of those two. So yes, there are typically models underlying the specific independent variables that we use in our forecasts.
Your testimony, you also refer to and describe, I believe, the concept of linear regression. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so the linear regressions are typically the types of models that we use in our forecasting. the econometric forecasting that I described earlier. The benefits of a linear regression is it keeps the interpretation of the model outputs relatively simple. So you will get, I'm just going to stick with the population and customer example, because I think that's probably the simplest one.
And by the way, not to interrupt, Mr. Goodenough, not to interrupt, but feel free to use a hypothetical example, pro forma numbers, anything that can help you explain your work in a straightforward manner is totally fine. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think I will in this answer, perhaps. So as I mentioned, we look at using historical data, we'll estimate the relationship between population and customer accounts. What you might see in that as an output of that is what's called a coefficient on the population variable. And that is a way to calculate the impact of population growth over time on forecasted customer accounts. So as an example, in let's say the New Mexico service territory, and we use county population for customer accounts, you might see a coefficient of something along the lines of 0.6. What that means is that for every person that moves into the service territory, the population growth, you should expect to see 0.6 residential customers, making those numbers up totally, but that's an example.
What is being regressed? What is the concept of regression referred to mathematically in your model?
It is just calculating the impact of one driver on another.
That's what I'm asking is what does it mean specifically regression? What is regressing? What does the regression refer to?
It refers to the type of model that we use as a way to statistically estimate the impact of variables on an output variable.
So why is it called regression?
I'm not sure I know the answer to that.
You're not sure why the model of linear regression that you're using is called linear regression?
Not sure the answer to that.
Okay. Is this model an algebraic model, or is it based on calculus, or what's the mathematical structure of the model?
Yeah, it's been a while since I studied this, so I'm not sure the answer to that.
Mr. Goodenough, you have a PhD in economics, is that correct?
I do.
And what was your concentration in your doctoral studies?
My concentration was in public economics.
And did you use econometric models in your thesis and doctoral studies?
I did.
Is the econometric model that we've been referring to here today and in your testimony, is that proprietary? That is to say that, is it purchased or licensed from another provider, or does Excel Energy Services Incorporated have their own in-house econometric model?
We do use an external software to do our forecasting. It's provided by Itron, in the software metrics.
Sorry, the name again?
Itron, Itron, ITRON.
And is that licensed on well, could you explain the licensing structure of that model?
Generally, so we have a certain number of seats that are the forecasting team licenses to have access to that forecasting software.
I'm sorry if I've ever referred to you as otherwise, but I'm reminded and reminding all of us that you are Dr. Goodenough. So please forgive me if I ever spoke otherwise.
Totally understood. It's not. I go by both. So
okay,
in these types of proceedings.
I just wish to acknowledge your expertise and your level of qualifications. Can you tell us here a little bit about your work, you work for Xcel Energy Services Incorporated, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is your responsibility? That is to say, for whom do you provide econometric analysis forecasting load demand?
Yeah, so my team provides our forecasts to a wide variety of stakeholders in the company. We do forecasting for, like sales growth, earnings projections, those kinds of things. Obviously, we're largely into resource planning here, so the resource planning team is a key user of our information, as well as the transmission planning team, among others.
Did you have support from any persons at SPS, or was the economic forecast that you performed done entirely within Xcel Energy Services Incorporated?
Specifically the regression modeling forecast, or the forecast overall?
The forecast overall.
Yeah, so the forecast overall, we do have support by customers or by employees within SPS itself, namely the key account managers that are communicating with our large customers and giving us their load demands.
And can you describe for us the source of your independent variables?
Sure, we get that information from IHS Markit, MARKIT for Market, which is a well-known economic forecasting entity. It's now part of S&P Global.
So that is the sole source of your independent variables?
That's the source of our economic information. For the existing customer counts, existing sales, that's all internal data, and existing demand is all internal data.
So your independent variables are a mix of third-party variables and in-house data that you marshal and put into the model. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I'm wondering about how do you establish or ascertain the certainty of your forecasts?
Okay, so on an ongoing basis, we have monthly variance analyses. So we're looking at our forecast for, based on our forecast for the next year, we're setting budgets, and then each month we're looking at how actuals compared to the forecast to ascertain the accuracy of our forecasts. Longer term, we look at recent and projected trends. So recent and projected load trends and economic trends, and then compare as appropriate to third-party forecasts for demand in our region.
The forecast that is the subject of your testimony, at what date did you complete that forecast?
It was spring 2024. I'm not sure the exact date.
Spring 2024, so almost 2 years ago.
Yes.
And do you have confidence that the forecast that was completed as part of this application, this load forecast that you completed as part of this application, is still reliable given the changes over the last 20 months or so?
I do have confidence that it's still a reliable forecast for use in this proceeding. Now we have, continued to have discussions with customers since then, and the amount of load that's being requested is higher now. So for use in this proceeding, I think it is still an appropriate forecast to use. I think there's been additional load requests that if we were to develop a forecast along the same guidelines today, we would end up with a higher forecast.
You're saying that if the forecast was conducted again today on January 27th, that you have confidence that higher loads would be forecast?
I have confidence in that, yes.
And how many load forecasts have you performed for Excel Energy Services or any of its subsidiaries that have been part of a utility commission application proceeding?
Many. To hazard a guess, 15 to 20. It could be a higher number.
Have you or anyone from your team gone back to look at those forecasts and determine how close or far they are from actual conditions?
We do with what I described earlier on the monthly variance analysis. One of the things we do also look at is, historical loads or historical forecasts, previous forecasts and how they compare to recent loads. It's not something we do on a regular cadence, but it is something that we've looked at.
Is it fair to say that this or the real foundation for this entire application rests on a load forecast?
I think my understanding would be that it's the foundation for the application is twofold. One is the expected increased demand in the service territory, and the other would be replacement of retiring units.
But replacement of retiring assets in order to meet increased load, is that correct?
I think the portfolio in total would be designed to meet the increasing load, yes.
Can you tell us about how your econometric model accounts for risk?
We are doing point forecasts, so we're not providing error bands around that forecast. So we're taking the forecasted inputs that were provided or that are developed in-house, and then using those to project a scenario. The way that we attempt to account for risk in filings such as these is through the development of multiple scenarios.
And have you provided multiple scenario forecasts in your testimony or in this application?
Only in the comparison to the electrification forecast provided by SPP as a reasonability test on the forecast that I present.
Can you provide a description of the financial versus electrification forecasts?
Yes, and I'll include planning in that conversation as well, if that's appropriate.
Absolutely, Mr.
Okay.
Dr. Goodenough, this is
Okay.
your time to
Okay.
teach us.
Yes. So, as a matter of course, SPS develops two forecasts every time it creates a forecast. One is the financial forecast, and the other is the planning forecast. The differentiation in those forecasts is the amount of load requests that are included. For financial forecasting purposes, we do limit the load inclusion to that, I don't want to say 80%, the high likelihood of connection category, which indicates, load commitments or, ESAs or TTAs. As we develop a planning forecast, that's where we incorporate more of the loads that don't have those requests, or I'm sorry, those types of agreements in place. The purpose for developing those two and the use of those two forecasts is from a financial perspective. So forecasting, sales growth for the next year, next 2 to 3 years, something along those lines. Timing really matters. We have large load requests that are anticipated to come online at a specific period of time. If they're delayed slightly, that greatly impacts our outlook for next year's sales growth. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we don't need to plan for that load. So that's why it's included in a planning forecast. The other challenge, or the other reason for the difference in those two forecasts, is the time to procure resources is extended a bit. So today's strong likelihood of load is tomorrow's high probability or high likelihood, because they've now signed a contract, and we need to be ready to serve that load when it comes. So that's a discussion of the financial and the planning forecast. The electrification forecast, I believe you're referring to the scenario that we developed for the IRP. That was based on the S&P Global Electrifying the Permian Basin study. That was simply included as a high scenario, or sorry, as a scenario in the IRP, by which we could compare our planning outlook. And what we saw was that study suggested that the loads could be even higher than our planning outlook. We don't, as a matter of course, create a third scenario, a third electrification scenario every time we update a forecast.
I'm sorry. We don't, as a matter of course, I didn't hear the next word.
Sure. Develop a third scenario every time we update the forecast. We did specifically to illustrate that in the IRP.
So with the electrification forecast, you stated that in your testimony, and I believe you just referred to it here now, is the S&P global analysis, the electrifying the Permian Basin. And you based the electrification forecast in part on that economic analysis. Is that correct?
Yes. So the electrification forecast, the underlying forecast for that electrification forecast would be our standard modeling. And then we used information from that study to add the amount of electrification load.
And what kind of economic structures or analysis did that S&P economic report use to generate its outputs?
That I'm not sure. I'm more familiar with the outputs of that study than the inputs.
And how can you have confidence that the outputs that you used from that study and the electrification forecast are sound?
The reason I have confidence that they're sound is that they were produced by a well-respected, well-known third-party entity that produced the models, being S&P Global.
Is it fair to say that the electrification forecast is based on another forecast?
The electrification forecast utilizes information from a study that provides a forecast of potential electrification needs. So yes, the input to that forecast is a forecast.
So going back to this concept of error or error bands or alternative forecast scenarios, I believe you testified just a few moments ago that you did provide some error band or alternative scenario. Could you describe that in a little bit more detail for us?
I believe I said that we provided the electrification forecast as a kind of reasonability check on the planning forecast that was presented in this case. And
how do they relate to one another, the results of those two forecasts?
Sure. If memory serves, the electrification they compare fairly well early in the forecast period, and the electrification forecast that was in the IRP that used information from the S&P Global study is a bit higher than our forecast through the mid-2030s.
So going back to the concept of this econometric model, the role of coefficients play a determinative role in the outputs of the model. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how do you know that you're using sound and reliable coefficients?
Yeah, they can be shown to be significant. There are various statistical tests you can do to validate that the coefficients are significant, one of which is a t-test. Typically, what you are looking to do is with a certain probability, we use a pretty high threshold, so 90% probability that the coefficient is significant. So you evaluate the statistical. I'm rambling a bit, but you evaluate the statistical metrics in order to see that the coefficient is significant. And then the additional check that you do is to make sure it has a sign that makes sense. So population growth is positively related to customer counts as opposed to negatively related.
Is it fair to say that an econometric model would vary the value of those coefficients depending on what kind of macroeconomic or other conditions are prevailing at the time?
I don't know that the model would vary the coefficients. The coefficients can change over time as you get additional data, but it will always be a retroactive look at the relationships between drivers and the variable that we're forecasting. So yes, those coefficients can change over time, but they won't fluctuate or change kind of in the course of modeling. The one thing I'll add is that's the reason that we use that type of modeling for our mass market customers. I think of those as residential customers or generally small commercial customers, because the macroeconomic conditions that yield large load requests just isn't. You're not going to find a historical analog in order to estimate coefficients necessarily.
Did you and your team, in the preparation of this, the results of this forecast, ever have discussions around instability in the hydrocarbon sector?
Not directly. So we're taking information provided by our customers, and our understanding is that those types of assessments that they are performing as they indicate to us their business needs.
Why would Xcel Energy Services Incorporated and here the applicant SPS, why in your opinion would you not provide alternative forecast scenarios?
I'm not sure I know the decision-making process in only providing the one scenario in this case. I think we believe SPS believes it's a reasonable indication of the load requests and the load growth that we expect to see.
Is it possible to reverse engineer an econometric model such that it yields the results that are desired?
I suppose anything is possible. We do stick to variables that would make sense, right? Where my head goes when you ask a question like that is choosing variables that maybe you can find a historical relationship to load, but it's a correlation, right? Not a causation necessarily. And that a forecast of that variable is going to be really strong or really negative in the future. So you pick that for your model, right? Our choice of variables is sound. They are drivers that you would expect to drive customer growth or sales growth in a service territory. So I suppose it's possible, but it's not something that SPS is doing.
Dr. Goodenough, that's all my questions, and I once again thank you for your professionalism and participation in these proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Schaefer. I appreciate your questions and the information Dr. Goodenough provided in response to them in providing some scientific and academic background. Appreciate that. Ms. Hardy, you have redirect for
Just a couple.
Dr. Goodenough, and I also express my Apologies, Dr. Goodenough. I usually try to catch the correct reference.
No apologies necessary. I've been introduced by the SPS folks as Mr. Goodenough, so no problem at all.
I appreciate that. I try to answer to most anything that's not too derogatory. Ms. Hardy, go ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Goodenough, which I'll correct it now. Thank you. You've been asked a number of questions about the S&P Global Report, electrifying the Permian Basin, and the electrification forecast. Did SPS use the electrification forecast in its IRP?
We did not use that forecast. We presented it as a comparison point to the forecast that we were using in the case.
In the IRP, did SPS use its planning forecast?
Yes.
And is the planning forecast lower than the electrification forecast?
Yes.
Is SPS using the electrification forecast in this case?
No.
Is SPS using the planning forecast?
Yes.
Ms. Amer asked you questions about the load request that SPS is including in the forecast. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
What percentage of load request is SPS including in the forecast in this case?
That's a great question. So based on the totality of the load requests that we've gotten from customers, and then after we apply our metrics for considering a load to be a strong likelihood of connection or a high likelihood of connection, we end up including in the forecast less than half of both our oil and gas requests and our data center requests. The exact number is, or the range is 40 to 45% of each of those is included in the forecast.
Thank you. Those are all of my questions.
Just so I'm clear, Dr. Goodenough, the you end up including in the forecast less than half of both your oil and gas requests and your data center requests?
That's right. So, as we've discussed, our key account reps are reaching out to our customers and talking about load needs that the customers see. And then we are providing the additional criteria that we discussed earlier about whether or not to include that load request in the forecast. Has it progressed far enough along that we are confident or have reasonable confidence that that load will materialize? Once we apply those two filters, the strong likelihood filter and the high likelihood filter, we end up including less than half of both oil and gas and data center requests in the forecast.
And those were actual or forecasted?
Actual requests, and then the amount that we're including in the forecast.
Well, my understanding was that one category, the lower percentage, and you had a higher percentage, and one had documentation or requests, and the other was documented by the account managers. Is that
correct?
Correct.
That's accurate for the two types of requests that are included in the forecast. There's a third type, which we haven't really discussed much, but it's conversations that we've had with customers that don't meet the criteria to be considered strong likelihood that I outlined in my rebuttal testimony. So those are not being included in the forecast. That is, slightly about 55 to 60% of the requests don't meet that criteria.
Okay. And I just wanted to clarify your answer to Ms. Hardy. We end up including in the forecast less than half of both our oil and gas requests and our data center requests. So I just want to know, is it which requests you're referring to, the ones that have documentation, the ones that have verification through the account process, or both?
Included in the forecast, the 40 to 45% is both. It both added together. And then the denominator is the total, which is inclusive of that number.
Very well. Thank you, Dr. Goodenough. Are there any questions based upon either hearing examiner Schaefer's questions, my questions, or the redirect? And Mr. Rushoff, hello there.
Yes, I
haven't seen you.
well,
I haven't seen you talk.
you guys have been having so much fun without me. I wanted to jump in if that's okay.
Okay.
I
Mr. Stoffel didn't have any questions, did he?
He didn't. I actually had a
Okay.
clarifying question
Go
about
ahead.
hearing examiner Schaefer. So thank you. And for the record, Austin Rushoff for the New Mexico Large Customer Group, representing our client with my colleague, Mr. Stoffel. Good afternoon, Dr. Goodenough.
Good afternoon.
I wanted to ask you a question of a conversation you had about retiring loads with hearing examiner Schaefer. And I believe his question for you was that he asked sort of whether this case is just based on forecasted load growth. Do you recall that?
I generally recall the conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, and you mentioned that it was sort of based on both retiring loads and load growth. Is that correct? Do you recall that?
Yes, I recall that.
Okay, so I just wanted to clarify that part of those retiring loads are the Tolk coal units 1 and 2. Is that correct?
I can agree to that, but certainly not my area of expertise on the resource planning side. My understanding is broader than that.
Sort of outside your expertise.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe at a higher level, would you agree that if there was no load growth taking place right now, that SPS would still need to add some of the resources at issue here because of those retiring units?
That would be my general understanding. Yes.
Okay. Well, let me ask you one other question that's maybe more specific to your expertise. You were talking earlier with Miss Drake earlier, quite a bit earlier, about your projected load growth. And I think you basically were referring to the fact that over the next decade, you have a fairly good line of sight or confidence in load growth forecasts. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it's more the line of sight into our customers' needs, just based on the information that they're providing and the load requests that they're providing to the company.
Okay, and the 2024 RFP that gave rise to the CCN case sought new resources through 2030. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay, and there's currently a 2025 RFP that's seeking new capacity resources for 2031. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay, but then after 2031, you're projecting continued load growth. Is that right?
Yes.
So would you expect that even if all the resources approved in this case, even if all the resources in this case were approved, SPS might need to add more resources in the 2030s to meet new load growth?
I can speak to the load or demand side. We would have increasing demand that would need to be met. I would defer to our resource planners on how we would do that.
Okay, fair enough. I won't ask anything further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rushoff. Ms. Drake, you had recross?
Just a few questions.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Goodenough, I got confused by your most recent discussion with hearing examiner Hurst, and I just want to make sure I understand. So if you could bear with me for a moment, and if you could turn again to your rebuttal testimony at page 15.
Yes. One moment.
Sure.
Okay, I'm there.
So if you recall, I think it was this morning, we talked about your testimony at the bottom of page 15 and the top of page 16, and with respect to your percentage numbers of projected load growth. Do you remember that?
I remember it well. We discussed the 2,600 megawatt increase and the varying drivers of that. Yes, the various drivers.
Okay. And thank you. My next question was, do you remember that we worked through how your percentages that you testify to here in your rebuttal testimony translate, if you will, into megawatts?
I do.
Okay, cool. My question is based on, I think, your response to hearing examiner Hurst that less than half of the oil and gas and data center requests were actually included in your analysis. Does that mean that your projected load growth and your percentages of projected load growth for oil and gas and then for data centers, do those include less than 50% of the requests you've received?
So I'm trying to think of the percentages and the percentages. So the discussion in my testimony is referencing the amount of load that was included in the forecast and the breakout of that load. So the 2,600 megawatts, the the strong likelihood, high likelihood of probability. There is a third bucket of load, which are conversations or requests that we've had from customers that do not rise to the level of strong likelihood of connection and are fully excluded. That is not reflected in my percentages on pages 15 to 16.
Okay, and I just want to make sure that I understand. I remember you testifying that what you based your load forecast projections on were actual written requests you'd received from customers, as well as prospective customers, and conversations that you had had with customers, and that you kept in regular touch with customers to gauge what their prospective needs were going to be. Is that correct?
With the clarification that you there refers to SPS, not me personally. Yes.
Yeah, understood. Thank you. So the percentages that you cite to or that you testify to in your rebuttal testimony and that we discussed this morning are based upon not just written applications that SPS has received. It also includes SPS's assessments based on conversations that they've had with customers.
Yeah. I believe I indicated I'm not sure the exact mode of communication that we use with our customers, but I think generally yes, it's our understanding based on communications with our customers, their load requests, and then our assessment of the likelihood.
So your 40 to 45% kind of line, if you will, between the requests that you included in your projected load forecast and what you didn't include in that forecast. What's the basis for drawing that line? I mean, if I can state it maybe in an easier way, what would cause you to include the information from a request from a customer or prospective customer, or not included in your projected load forecast. Do you understand?
I do.
Oh, thanks.
I will reference my rebuttal testimony on page 11, where I do lay out a certain set of criteria that are considered as our key account reps are evaluating the likelihood of connection. So I can leave it there. But those types, the types of considerations they make are included in my testimony there.
Could you, so on page 11 of your rebuttal, and could you
Yes.
point us to the line numbers, please?
Of course, starting on the paragraph starts on line 7.
Okay.
Probably the meat of what you're asking starts on line 10 with these factors include whether the customer has submitted an AQ request, whether the project is included in the cluster status, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And I also have to extend my apologies. I did not catch in your testimony that you have a doctorate, so apologies to that.
I appreciate that. If I see you again in one of these hearings, I suspect you might remember.
Hopefully, yeah, hopefully. So, but thank you, sir. I think that helps me to clarify things. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drake. Any further recross? Seeing no hands. Dr. Goodenough, thank you, sir. Appreciate your
Thank you.
time. You're excused.
Thank you. Hearing examiners.
Thank you.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes, Madam Examiner.
At this point, it's my understanding that the 2 remaining SPS witnesses are unavailable until Wednesday. When on Wednesday?
Tomorrow morning, they're available.
Okay, tomorrow morning.
Yes.
And that would be Ms. McCardle and Mr. Cunningham.
Correct.
Very well. I think at this point, Ms. Hardy, SPS filed a response to first bench request that includes four parts, correct?
Correct.
And the 1-1 was with regard to deficiency payments. 1-2 was a jurisdictional allocation percentage for generation costs. 1-3 was with regard to of this case, the LT PPA case 25-00085 and or the SPS's pending rate case 25-00079. What projects might be from those cases be included? That's confusing. What projects mentioned in this case or in the LT PPA case might be included in the rate case? And then 1-4 was with regard to the benefits of Sandy Loam. And SPS provided responses to those. Is there any objection to the introduction of SPS's response to the first bench request, as I just have identified. Hearing no objection, I will admit SPS's response to first bench request. I believe SPS also filed a response to the second bench request, which was one response, and it was requested that SPS provide the New Mexico Economic Development Department certification decision issued on September 22nd, 2025. Ms. Hardy, I believe that was attached and verified as the decision by Ms. Lees. Is there any objection to the introduction of SPS's response to the second bench request? Hearing none.
Hearing examiner, this is Ms. Zur.
Ms. Zur?
Yes, maybe this would be the right time to do this, but I'm just gonna suggest that offering it without showing what the request was doesn't really give the full information. And it is not something that's in the public domain because this agency doesn't have publication requirements under the State Rules Act. I think it would have to be another bench request to ask them for an authenticated copy to admit to complete the record. And if you think that's advisable, then that is my suggestion.
Do you
my
not
objection.
believe this? Do you not believe this is an authentic copy, Ms. Zur?
Oh, I absolutely do. I don't have an authenticated copy of the request to which this letter responds. That does not allow for a full record. And if the hearing examiner thinks that's important, I will leave that to your discretion. But I am noting an objection to admitting it without any information about what it's responding to. So I would ask to have the company provide a copy of what they filed so we could see what this letter responds to. Thank you.
Well, Ms. Zur, do you have an opportunity to reply to this proposed evidence, or you have an opportunity to question the witness who sponsors this this evidence under oath? So I guess you're objecting to the introduction of this bench request. Do you wish the opportunity to reply to this response or to question Ms. Lees under oath about this response?
That would work. I would welcome an opportunity to ask Ms. Lees about the response.
Ms. Hardy, when can Ms. Lees be made available with regard to bench request 2?
Your Honor, I will consult with Ms. Lees, but I do note that Ms. Zur was aware that Ms. Lees was testifying about the economic development issues and did not question her about the response to the economic development department that she now wishes to raise. So I would argue that this is belated and should have been raised with Miss Lees when she was on the stand.
Okay, I'll take that under advisement. Let me know when Miss Lees is available.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go on to SPS's response to third bench request. And that is comprised of two parts. The first is with regard to levelized energy cost and projected market revenues. And then the second part of that bench request is a materials purchase for gains. Ms. Hardy, SPS provided a response to the third bench request?
Yes.
Is there any objection to the entry of SPS's response to the third bench request? Hearing no objection or request for opportunity for further inquiry on this, I will admit SPS's response to the third bench request. Ms. Hardy, when am I going to get bench request 4?
We are working on that, and I'll check on the timing.
Okay. Today would be good. All right. Very well. Those are a couple of procedural things that I wanted to take care of. And I believe with that, we can begin the presentation of staff's witnesses. Miss Amer, Miss Lang, would you like to call your first witness, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. I would like to call staff witness Jonah B. Malden.
I don't see him waiting in the inbox there, Miss. There he is. Good afternoon, Mr. Malden.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Lee, would you please swear the witness?
Mr. Malden, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give, no matter opinion, should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Go ahead, Ms. Amer.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Malden. Could you please state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Jonah B. Malden.
How are you employed?
I'm the Bureau Chief of the Accounting Bureau in the NMPRC Utility Division.
As part of your duties, did you review this application?
Yes, I did.
Did you prepare testimony for this proceeding?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of what has been put in the Dropbox as NMPRC Staff Exhibit number 4?
Yes, I do.
Was this prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes, it was.
If I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Are the answers true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
Are there attachments to your direct testimony?
I have an attachment Appendix A.
Which is, what is it entitled?
It is the cases in which I have participated in before the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission.
Thank you. Madam Hearing Examiner, I move to admit the direct testimony of Jonah B. Malden as staff exhibit number 4.
Mr. Molden, did you prepare your attachment Appendix A?
Yes, I did.
Any objection to what has been identified as staff exhibit 4, the direct testimony of Mr. Malden as affirmed by him here today? Hearing no objection, staff exhibit 4 is admitted. Ms. Amer?
I have no questions for Mr. Malden, and I pass the witness.
Thank you. I believe that the only party to have reserved any time for cross-examination for Mr. Malden is SPS. I believe SPS reserved 20 minutes for cross-examination. Ms. Hardy?
Yes, Madam Examiner, thank you. And I don't
Go-
think this will take 20 minutes.
Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Malden.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you.
Likewise.
I just have a few questions for you. In this case, you recommend deferral of SPS's proposed treatment of federal tax credits to a future base rate case, right?
Sorry,
Yes.
ask the question again. You recommend a deferral?
Of SPS's proposed treatment of federal tax credits to a future base rate case, correct?
That is correct, yes.
You're aware of SPS's most recent fuel and purchased power cost adjustment clause proceeding, case number 2400270, which was resolved through a stipulation, correct?
I'm aware of the stipulation in that case, yes.
And in that proceeding, the commission approved a stipulation that determined the treatment of federal tax credits associated with the Plant X and Cunningham solar projects, correct?
That's correct.
And that treatment is the same type of production tax credit treatment that SPS proposes here, right?
That's right, yes.
And staff hasn't proposed in this case any different treatment of federal tax credits, has it?
No different, just that we'd like to see actual numbers before we get into how tax credits can be flown back to customers.
That was going to be one of my next questions. One of the reasons you provide as a basis for deferring the tax credit treatment to a base rate case is that the amount of the credits and any associated transaction costs are unknown at this time, right?
That's correct, yes.
But SPS can file a future test year rate case based on projections, correct?
That's correct.
And you also state that deferral to a base rate case is appropriate because SPS could propose other projects that produce tax credits, right?
I'm not, can you point me into my testimony where I say that?
Sure, if you could look at your direct at page 6, lines 3 through 9.
Yeah, I think the point I was making there is it would be, I think, in the best interest of making the best decision about what to do with tax credits, uh, looking at everything within their entire context.
Whether projects are included in a rate case will depend on the in-service dates of the specific projects in the rate case test year, correct?
That's correct.
And wouldn't a determination on the treatment of tax credits in this case provide regulatory certainty for SPS and its customers?
It would provide regulatory certainty in that SPS would not have to risk litigating these issues again.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hardy. Hearing examiner Schaefer, no other party has requested any cross-examination time for Mr. Malden. Do you have any questions for him?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Hearing Examiner Hurst.
Thank
Good
you.
afternoon, Mr. Malden.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here with us. We're very happy to have staff testify and share their expertise with us with sufficient time so we can really explore these issues. And just want to thank you again for your professionalism and participation in these proceedings. I just, as maybe you've been hearing or witnessing in discussions I've had with prior witnesses in this or other hearings, I like to sort of step back and ask if you can sort of describe the general parameters upon which you made your recommendations, particularly with respect to the rate-making treatment of the tax credits.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, when I was formulating my position, I mean, of course, I'm looking at a commission precedent, and specifically 23-252 UT. Taking that into account, as well as the points that were made there, and sort of bringing them forward to this case and seeing how they would be applicable. And then also, I like to base any recommendations that I make when possible on analytics, data, and be able to say, like, if I recommend this, then this is the outcome that could arise from this recommendation. And in this case, it's difficult to do that just because there is not certainty with the tax credits. So I think my proposal kind of takes that uncertainty and gives flexibility for SPS and customers, so that later on, when maybe there's more knowns regarding tax credits, we could look at the best way to treat them within the context of everything, which could be cost decreases and increases, as well as the tax credits and how they fit into that overall big picture.
And when you refer to the certainty or uncertainty with respect to the tax credits, are you referring to the financial value?
Yes, I'd say the financial value and how much value is there, as well as even the transaction costs. Those, I believe there is some degree of uncertainty of the final value of the costs to transfer those tax credits.
And we can discuss a little bit more about that in a moment. But in the meantime, tell us about case number 23-252. And in your mind, what was at issue and how that relates to, what was at issue, what you think the commission determined in that case and how that bears on your analysis in this proceeding.
Okay, yeah. So I know that it was a CCN case and there was some similar requests, and the commission ultimately ruled that if they granted some of the rate making requests in that case, it could lead to piecemeal rate making, which kind of lacks the big picture view. And so they made the decision to not approve those at that time and deferred them to a future proceeding.
And how did that ruling bear on your analysis here?
Well, it definitely played a part. I do definitely want to incorporate precedent in my recommendations, and in this case, I do agree with that precedent and how it applies to this case.
And what statutes or regulations did you rely upon in your analysis that also led to your conclusions?
That would mostly be the cost overrun rule. I believe it's 173580. Yes, that would be 17.3.580 NMAC.
And what does that rule require in your view?
It kind of outlines the costs that are going to be certified in a CCN case and any costs that should be or are not guaranteed or automatically going to be recovered, which would be any costs above the certified estimated cost.
And you may have explained that just now in your response, but I'm very young in this world, so to speak. So can you maybe tell me again, in your view, what that rule requires?
I mean, I believe it requires SPS to demonstrate that their costs are or their estimated costs are at least reasonable, and have the commission agree to that and certify those costs. And I mean, it definitely, as far as any costs above what is certified, I think there's less protections for those. And obviously, the rule doesn't limit the commission's authority to review any costs incurred by the company.
And how does this rule how did this rule influence your determinations?
I think the rule mostly applied to my determinations for AFUDC. As far as tax credits, I'm not sure it was the most applicable. So I would say with tax credits, it was probably more of a professional determination taking into account precedent and looking at the factors that we do have and what we can look at now that is more concrete.
Okay, well, thank you so much for your time and your professionalism. And I have no questions here, Examiner Hurst. No further.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Schaefer. Good afternoon, Mr. Malden.
Good afternoon.
I guess I know repeatedly throughout your testimony, you refer to commission precedent. As justification for your position, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And I've read and I've heard you reference um, one case. I believe case number 23-00252.
That's right, yes.
And I believe you have explained to hearing examiner Schaefer that that was a CCN case before the commission.
I believe so, yes.
And did you testify in that case?
I did not.
And when you refer in your testimony to precedent, are you referring to any other commission prior decision other than the one in case number 23-00252?
No, I think solely rely on 23-00252.
Mr. Molden, have you testified before in any CCN case?
I believe this is my first one.
Very well. Have you testified, Mr. Molden, in any prior case, either SPS or other case that dealt with the issue of production tax credits or investment tax credits?
I'm not sure that I have, and I think specifically with regard to SPS, I would say no.
Okay. So how did you develop your knowledge regarding production tax credits and investment tax credits that you utilized in this case?
Well, for sure, doing my due diligence as the application came in, but also I think my recommendations are less about the tax credits themselves and more of looking at the regulatory treatment and wanting to see the bigger picture and how the tax credits incorporate into that big picture.
Well, can you tell me what doing your due diligence means?
It's a lot of reading.
Okay. What kind of things did you read?
Of course, all the testimonies, and then pretty much anything that I could find from accounting firms and resources that I have, and I know that I could rely on.
Did you actually look at the tax regs regarding how one qualifies and what one has to do if they were seeking the rules that apply to ITCs and PTCs?
Not directly on the IRS, not directly from the IRS. It's more of accounting firms, I guess, interpretation or explanation of the IRS rules.
One of the recommendations that you make in your testimony is that you believe deferral of SPS's requested determination and I believe you recommend, along with this deferral, that you believe authorizing, and I'm looking at page 6 of your testimony, the question posed at line 10, how does staff view the role of tax credits in promoting affordability? And you begin your answer on line 12. And at line 15, you say, authorizing regulatory accounting for tracking purposes ensures these affordability benefits are preserved. And then you go on to finish your answer. That's your testimony, correct, sir?
Yes, it is.
And my question to you is how?
Okay. So granting regulatory accounting or it's basically a regulatory asset with no rate making treatment attached to it. So it would just be an account where SPS would place tax credits into to hold until a rate case where it would protect customers in that if SPS were to accrue tax credits outside of a future test year or a test year, I'll say, they would be accrued in this account and be able to be put into rates without losing any of those tax credits for customers. And then at that time, we would look at the amounts that are in the reg assets and the rate making treatment that would make the most sense for the company and customers.
And is there some uniform system of account rule that allows this proposed treatment that you're recommending?
Yes, there is.
And what is it?
I couldn't name it off the top of my head. But I do know that a regulatory asset is defined by US of A.
So you are in this authorizing regulatory accounting treatment, you're recommending that SPS be allowed to track potential ITCs and PTCs as regulatory assets?
Yes.
Is that correct, sir?
Yes, it is.
And are you recommending any other type of recording or requirement with regard to that accounting treatment?
No, I don't know that I've attached anything else to my recommendation in terms of anything additional to SPS just being allowed to track the tax credits in these accounts.
And part of the deferral, so just so that I understand, isn't allowing tracking as a regulatory asset, isn't that a type of rate making label that you're putting on these ITCs and PTCs?
I suppose you could look at it that way. Personally, I was looking at it more of the rate making treatment would be amortization periods or determining where and how the credits are flowed to customers, and also, I mean, including in that the transaction costs.
Well, you say, still on page 6, you're answering the question posed on page 5, line 7. Why is deferral of PTC and ITC rate making treatment appropriate at this time? Excuse me. And you begin your answer on line 9, and then you continue on to page 6. And at line 5, you say deferring rate making treatment to a future general rate case will allow the commission to consider the federal tax credits associated with these resources together and to determine a consistent and coordinated rate making approach at the time when their actual credit values in service dates and revenue requirement effects can be accurately evaluated. That's your testimony, sir?
Yes, it is.
Do you know whether or not that the actual qualifications for the ITCs and PTCs actually correspond with the time frame that an initial in-service date of the resource would go in?
I'm not sure I followed your question.
Okay, I'm looking at timing differences, and you're suggesting that whenever the rate making treatment of the resource and the federal tax credits, that they be considered at the same time, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to know whether or not you know for a fact, for example, if a generation source, when it's put into rate base, if it's commercially operating, whether or not that timing of when that would be corresponds when the actual tax credit qualification does that happen at the exact same time?
I believe
If you
so.
know.
Yes, I believe so. And I believe I took that from Mr. Merrill's testimony, which he indicated that the tax credits are earned from the in-service date of the project.
Further on, trying to understand your testimony, you're answering the question on page 7 with the question posed on page 6, line 20. How does the withdrawal of the Oneida 2 solar project affect staff's view of tax credit treatment and affordability?
I'm not sure it affects my view of the treatment of tax credits.
I haven't
but
asked you the question yet.
Oh, I apologize.
Okay. So you begin your answer on page 7 and you say, the removal of Oneida 2 from the self-billed portfolio reduces the level of PTC benefits reflected in the modeling. Staff believes the commission should require SPS to pursue replacement renewable resources in future proceedings to maintain compliance with the Renewable Energy Act. Those future resources may not qualify for the same level or timing of federal tax credits. Staff believes that they will affect long-term affordability compared to the portfolio initially presented in this case. That's your testimony, Mr. Molden?
Yes, it is.
How and what do you believe that I'm a bit confused. Are you saying that you believe that any future replacement resources that may not qualify for tax credit is going to affect long-term affordability compared to what was presented in this case. Is that what you're
Okay.
telling me?
Yeah, yes. And I could
Okay,
explain a little bit more if you'd
sure.
like. So just looking at when Oneida 2 was included in the portfolio in this case, there was tax credits associated with that, and of course costs. So when you take that out, I mean, there's going to be costs that come out, but also those tax credits that come out. And kind of here, I'm making the assumption that SPS will be adding more renewables later to comply with the Renewable Energy Act. And at that time, instead of getting maybe 30% off of that project via tax credits, those may not be available at that time. So kind of comparing the cost of when Oneida was in versus maybe a future project that may not receive those tax credits, it would be more costly for that project.
Then you go on to say at line 6 on page 7, this further supports staff's position that the rate-making treatment of the PTCs and ITCs should be referred to a future general rate case. That's your testimony?
Yes, it is.
How is it you think if the commission requires SPS to pursue renewable resources that potentially have less ability to comply with or receive federal tax credits, how is that supporting deferral of the PTCs and ITCs in this case? I don't see the connection.
In my mind, I look at the kind of the uncertainty around the tax credits and the current environment that the tax credits are kind of in at the moment. And I feel like that supports deferral because the uncertainty around the tax credits, how much they'll get, transfer costs, the transferability, all of that plays a role in what actually gets flowed through rates. So I think that kind of the point I was making is that with this uncertainty, I think it's better to wait until we have numbers to look at and dollar amounts before kind of deciding how they get incorporated into rates.
So I take away from your testimony here that staff believes then that with regard to potential affordability, that the ability of the resource to potentially get tax credits would be important.
Yes.
If staff believes that the ability to potentially qualify for a tax credit is important with regard to affordability, then wouldn't staff want to do what they could to encourage SPS to seek out those types of projects?
Yeah, I agree with that. Yes.
Well, do you believe that not getting some type of rate making certainty, for example, in this case, with regard to ITCs and PTCs, might serve as a disincentive to SPS to go forward in the future if such projects were available?
I think that it definitely could, but on the flip side is if we agreed to some way to treat these tax credits now, there's no guarantee that it would be the most optimal way to treat them once we kind of know what we're looking at in terms of the dollar values. So it is possible that um, when we look at everything, there might be something that is more beneficial to the company in how we treat those in a future case.
Mr. Malden, did you go back and look at any ITC or PTC cases that SPS had before the commission previously?
I'm kind of generally familiar with a few of them.
Like who?
I believe 17-0044 and then 24-70.
Okay. And 24-270, I believe that has already been referred to. That was the fuel and purchase power adjustment clause or FPPCAC case, and that was stipulated. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Staff did not sign on to that stipulation, did they?
We did not.
And then 17-00044, if I can recall correctly, that was the CCN case for Hale and Sagamore wind facilities. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in that also was a stipulation that was signed by all parties in that case, if you know, correct?
Yes.
And there was a proposed, as part of the stipulation in that case, parties agreed to a certain way that tax credits would be structured and accounted for. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then I believe you have already testified also that there was a stipulated agreement in case 24-270 also with regard to some type of future rate making treatment with regard to tax credits, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Well, you kept talking about precedent, Mr. Malden. There's two cases of precedent where the commission allowed a certain type of treatment going forward with regard to tax credits, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Well, why shouldn't the commission follow that precedent?
Well, because they're stipulated, and I view kind of stipulated agreements as give and take by all parties. So it's no guarantee that that would be the same outcome in a litigated case.
Well, since it was a contested stipulation, don't you consider case 24-270 to be a litigated case?
Suppose I hadn't thought about that way.
Let's go on to your testimony, Mr. Malden, with regard to AFUDC. And that stands for allowance for funds used during construction, correct?
Yes.
And you cite 17.3.580 NMAC with regard to how you analyzed the AFUDC in this case.
That's correct, yes.
And I think you also refer to the rule as the cost overrun rule.
Yes.
And you say at page 18, the question posed at line 15, how does staff view SPS's request to accrue AFUDC? Your answer begins on line 16. Staff finds SPS's request to accrue AFUDC to be consistent with 17.3.580, the cost overrun rule. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
However, on page 19, the question posed at line 4, does staff's recommendation to approve AFUDC apply to all projects or only those ultimately approved in this proceeding? Then at line 7, you say, staff's recommendation to approve the accrual of AFUDC applies only to those self-billed projects for which the commission ultimately grants a CCN in this proceeding. To the extent any project is withdrawn, modified, or not approved, staff does not recommend approval of AFUDC accrual or certified costs for this project. That's your testimony, sir?
Yes, it is.
Why did staff feel it necessary to put a contingency on this recommendation?
I felt it necessary to just be abundantly clear that the FUDC recommendation should only apply to the projects that are ultimately approved, because I know that there are some contentious projects in this case.
Was there some reason you thought SPS might try to accrue AFUDC on a project that wasn't approved?
No, I had no reason to think that SPS would do something like that.
Okay. Then further in your testimony on page 20, you have a section 6 called withdrawal of Oneida. Oneida 2. And you go on page 20, 21 with regard to the withdrawal of that project, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Did staff oppose when SPS filed its request to withdraw that? Did staff oppose that request?
I don't believe so.
I think that's all the questions I have for you, Mr. Malden. Thank you very much. Ms. Aber, any redirect for Mr. Malden?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. Let's see, there. If staff were to approve the rate making treatment that SPS requested for the ITCs and the PTCs, would that be contrary to the decision in 23-252?
Yes, it would.
And isn't 23-252 the most recent litigated case the commission has decided regarding the issue of whether to approve rate making treatment for ITCs and PTCs in a CCN request application?
To my knowledge, yes.
And regarding stipulations, do you consider them to be precedent?
No, I don't.
And that's regardless of whether there was full signature or contested.
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
And with respect to the Oneida 2 project withdrawing, was there any grounds for staff to object to Oneida 2 being withdrawn?
I don't believe so, no.
Is it your understanding that it was withdrawn due to the inability of SPS to complete the project?
I think you're exceeding the scope of my question, Ms. Amer.
Okay, back to Oneida 2. On page 20 of your direct testimony, you did testify how Oneida 2 affected the affordability of this application, correct?
That's correct.
And on line 10, what is the value that it was expected to generate in the first 10 years?
$267.7 million in PTC value.
And that was a direct reduction to costs, correct?
Correct.
Regarding the timing of the PTCs and the ITCs, let me find this. On page 11, isn't it correct that you state that it corresponds with the in-service date?
That's correct, yes.
I'm referring you to page 11, line 4 and 5 and 6. What did you say there?
The self-built projects have not yet been placed in service and are not operational, and no PTCs or ITCs have been earned. An ITC is earned in the year a project is placed in service, and PTCs are available for the first 10 years of a project's operation, beginning on that date.
And why did you believe that tracking as a regulatory asset would be preferable in this case?
Okay,
Besides,
sorry to interrupt, Ms. Amer. We really have to avoid friendly cross-examination, okay? The sponsoring council really has to proceed on a direct examination basis, and this goes for all sponsoring councils, not just for you, but I want to make sure that our questioning is appropriate. Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Amer. Ms. Hardy,
Yes, Madam Examiner.
any recross for Mr. Malden based upon hearing examiner Schaefer's questions, my questions, or Ms. Amer's redirect?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Very well. Any recross from any party? Hearing none. Mr. Malden, appreciate your time, sir. Your excuse.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Melvin.
Ms. Hardy.
Madam Examiner, I have confirmed with Ms. Lees that she is available this afternoon. If you would like her to address the economic development certification. She is
Okay.
traveling tomorrow.
Okay, very well. Thank you, Ms. Hardy.
You're welcome.
Ms. Amer, you have another witness.
Yes, thank you.
Maybe just before we proceed, we should check with Mr. Lee if he needs a break.
Mr. Lee?
Yes, Judge.
Very well. I have 2:45. Let's take a 10-minute recess, come back at 10:55, and you can present your next witness, Miss Amer.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please remember the YouTube is still on. Are we good?
Yes, Judge.
Very well, sir. Go back on the record from our afternoon recess. Didn't I put the video on? No. It's my incognito look. There we go. Back from our afternoon recess. Miss Amer, you have another witness.
Yes, thank you. I would like to call staff witness Alicia C. Leyva Tercero. Can we swear the witness in?
Is she already here?
She said she was in the waiting room.
She's here. She's been admitted.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Miss Leyva Tercero.
Hello,
How are you?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Mr. Lee, would you please swear the witness?
Miss Labor, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give the matter and opinion should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the...
Yes, I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Miss Amer?
Could you please state your name for the record?
My name is Alicia C. Leyva Tercero.
How are you employed?
I'm employed as the Economics Bureau Chief of the Utility Division of the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission.
As part of your duties, did you review this application?
Yes.
Did you prepare direct testimony for this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Do you have a copy of the exhibit entitled Corrected NMPRC Staff Exhibit 2 Direct Testimony of Alicia C. Leyva Tercero?
Yes, I do.
Was this prepared by you or at your direction?
It was prepared by me.
And can you briefly go over the corrections that were contained in the corrected direct testimony exhibit 2?
Yes, I had 3 corrections. The first is on page 9, line 14. The section of statute that I referenced there has a typo. I left out the 1. It should be 62-16-3 rather than 62-6-3. And then I utilized some of that same language from my introduction in my conclusion. So that same typo transferred over to page 53, lines 20 to 21. The reference to statute should be 62-16-3 rather than 62-6-3. And finally, on page 12, line 10, the reference to statute should be 62-13-16 rather than 62-6-13. And those are all my corrections.
Thank you. If I asked you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Are the answers true and correct and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Are there attachments to your testimony?
Yes, there are 4 attachments.
ELT1 is, can you read what the title is?
That is my case experience list.
Okay. ELT2 is,
I'm sorry.
Is the title Texas and New Mexico Resource Plan of Xcel Energy?
Yes, that is a presentation that was provided to staff by SPS.
And ELT3 is question and answer to SC 1-8.
Yes, that was SPS's response to discovery requests from Sierra Club.
And ELT4 is question of staff 1-19. It was an exhibit attached to SPS's response. The exhibit is SPS-staff 1-19 a. And what is that entitled?
So the entire attachment ELT-4 is a response from SPS to staff discovery, and it included subparts to it, which also included attachments by SPS. I didn't use the entirety of that response, but it's my understanding that if we provide a discovery response, it should be the complete response.
And is it entitled Request for Economic Development Certification, Southwest Public Service Company, a New Mexico Corporation, dated June 20th, 2025?
Yes, that was one of the SPS exhibits to the response.
Thank you. I move to admit this direct testimony of Ms. Leyba Tercero into evidence.
Ms. Labor, Sarah, you've indicated that you have an attachment to your testimony ELT-4, which is a discovery response from SPS. Is that
Yes.
is that correct?
Yes.
But that you didn't include the complete discovery response?
No, I did include it. I didn't necessarily use the entirety of that response, but I included it so that it would be a complete response.
Okay, very well. Any objection to what's been identified as staff exhibit 2, the corrected direct testimony of Alicia C. Leyba Tercero, as affirmed by her here today? Hearing no objection, staff exhibit 2 is admitted. Ms. Amer?
Thank you. I have no questions at this time for Ms. Tercero, Ms. Leyba Tercero.
Very well. According to the information we received before the hearings began, I believe only 2 parties requested cross-examination time for Ms. Leyba Tercero. And the first is SPS. Ms. Hardy, I believe that you reserved 30 minutes for Ms. Leber-Tercero.
Yes, thank you, Madam Examiner, and I don't think this will take 30 minutes. Good afternoon, Ms. Leber-Tercero.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hardy.
It's good to see you.
Good to see you too.
If you could turn to page 41 of your direct testimony, please.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, and on that page, you state that staff disagrees that the REA allows for exceptions to the RPS based on reliability or undue bill impacts, correct?
Correct.
And you have part of the relevant statute there, and it states that this is section 62-16-4-B, correct?
Correct.
And it states that in administering the 2040 and 2045 standards, the commission shall, and this is in the list, maintain and protect the safety, reliable operation, and balancing of loads and resources on the electric system. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then it also states, and this is part of that provision, the commission shall prevent unreasonable impacts to customer electricity bills, taking into consideration the economic and environmental cost and benefits of renewable energy resources and zero carbon resources, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Regarding SPS's request for approval of a jurisdictional allocation, your testimony recommends deferral of that issue to a base rate case, correct?
Yes.
And you discuss the commission's decision in case number 23-00252, which deferred a determination on jurisdictional allocation to a base rate case, correct?
Yes.
And in that case, SPS had made several rate-making requests that the commission deferred, right?
Yes.
Including recovery of solar projects costs through the RPS rider.
That's correct.
So the commission deferred the jurisdictional allocation as part of a deferral of multiple rate-making requests, correct?
Yes.
Staff doesn't propose a different jurisdictional allocation methodology from SPS's, does it?
Not at this time. This is a CCN case and not a rate case, and I think staff would like to have the opportunity to review the allocation methodology in the context of a rate case where there is a cost of service study, and the rate making can be addressed holistically in that context.
In SPS's past rate cases, it has used a 12CP allocation methodology to allocate cost of system resources between jurisdictions, correct?
Yes.
And isn't it true that approving a jurisdictional allocation methodology in this case would provide regulatory certainty for SPS and its customers?
I think it might provide regulatory certainty for SPS. I'm not sure how it provides certainty to SPS's customers. From the testimony that I've heard from SPS witnesses, the bill impacts that were provided are just an estimate of what SPS is projecting to happen, but we don't actually know that, and we won't know until we see the actual costs of these resources in a rate case where they will be recovered. And so that's when customers will have certainty as to what their impacts are.
And really, Ms. Leber-Tercero, I'm really asking just about the jurisdictional allocation methodology. And because the bill impacts include customer class allocations, right?
Right.
Okay. So with respect to the jurisdictional allocation methodology alone, isn't it true that approval in this case would allow customers to ascertain the extent of cost that would be allocated to New Mexico?
I guess to the extent that they understand it, yes.
Okay. Regarding economic development, Your testimony discusses SPS request for economic development certification of some of the projects under section 62-6-26 of the Public Utility Act, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. And I'm looking at page 47 of your direct testimony,
Okay,
if that helps.
yes, I'm there.
Okay. And on that page, you're discussing that SPS had requested certification of some of the projects under 62-6-26 of the Public Utility Act, right?
Yes,
Okay. And you understand that SPS is not seeking any relief under that statute in this case, correct?
that is my understanding, and that was my entire point of this section of my testimony, is to make clear that the resources at issue in this case cannot be considered economic development projects as defined by the law. And the reason that that was important to me is because if a resource is determined to be an economic development project, then it is afforded certain assumptions or benefits as listed on page 46 of my testimony, like rider recovery. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay. And staff doesn't dispute that there will be economic benefits associated with the proposed projects, correct?
Correct.
And staff doesn't provide an economic impact analysis, correct?
That's correct. I am not trained in providing economic impact analyses. I am just simply emphasizing the uncertainty that was pointed out in the study itself.
And I thank you. Those are all of my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hardy. Mr. Rushoff or Mr. Stoffel? I believe large customer group reserved 15 minutes for cross-examination for Ms. Leyva Tercero.
That's correct. And this is Austin Rushoff on behalf
Okay.
of the New Mexico Large Customer Group.
Very well, Mr. Rushoff, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Leyva Tercero. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing great. I want to start at kind of the high level. In your testimony, you present all of staff's recommendations and introduce the other staff witnesses, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that staff must balance several considerations when it looks at utility applications and makes recommendations?
Yes.
At a high level, would you agree that staff must consider the public interest?
Yes.
Okay, and one of staff's responsibilities within the public interest is to ensure the reliability of SPS's system, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I saw on page 36 of your testimony, you stated that in CCN cases, while staff is mindful of costs, quote, staff's principal concern in a resource case such as this is ensuring resource adequacy. Does that sound correct?
Yes.
Okay. Staff's role in this case is also to ensure that the SPS is following the Public Utility Act. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And complying with the Renewable Energy Act. Would you agree with that as well?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. And staff must also consider and evaluate whether SPS is serving customers at just and reasonable rates, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want to turn back a little bit and talk specifically about resource adequacy. In this proceeding, staff does not dispute that SPS has a resource need. Is that right?
I don't believe that to be the case. I think other staff witnesses have raised concerns about why that need exists, but I don't think any staff witness has indicated that there is not a need.
Okay. Are you aware of SPS's statement of their level of need?
Generally, I don't typically participate in integrated resource plans. That's usually our engineering staff.
Okay. Are you aware that SPS witness Mr. Gable testified that the 2024 RFP sought 2,981 megawatts of new accredited capacity by 2030?
Subject to check, yes.
Okay, sure. Fair enough. Among staff's recommendations in this case is approval of a CCN for the self-bid wind, solar, and battery or BESS projects. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware of the total winter accredited capacity of those combined resources?
No, I'm not.
I can direct you if you want to SPS witness Rodriguez talked about this in his testimony, but does it sound accurate that the total capacity of those resources is 363 megawatts?
Subject to check, yes.
Okay. Staff recommends rejection of a CCN for the Gaines County and Tolk Station CTG projects. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware of the accredited capacity of those resources?
I know they were provided in a case off the top of my head. I don't have the number.
Madam Hearing,
Okay.
I object to Mr. Rush. I'm not going to be able to say his last name.
That's fine.
Interpretation of what Ms. Labor-Tesoro stated regarding Gaines and Tolk. That was an incorrect characterization of what she said.
Well, you're gonna have to be quicker on the spot than Miss Amer, because she already answered the question before you objected.
But I would like the witness to have the opportunity to clarify her answer.
Then you can address that on redirect. Go ahead, Mr. Rushoff.
Thank you. So we were talking about the accredited capacity of Gaines and the Tolk station. And again, SPS has testified that the accredited capacity of those two resources combined will be 1,857 megawatts. Does that sound roughly correct?
Yes, now I'm
Subject
looking
to
at a
check.
table, and now I'm looking at a table that provides those numbers, and yes, I see that.
Okay, so to put more at a high level, would you agree that the vast majority of the accredited capacity at issue in this case comes from the Gaines County and Tolk stations?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. So moving on to Steph's recommendation to reject those two CTG units.
Question again
Sorry.
mischaracterizes the staff's testimony regarding Gaines and Tolk.
I'm sorry, Miss Amer, you're gonna have to get close to the microphone. I heard you, but I
Okay.
can barely hear you.
I object to the characterization that staff recommended outright rejection of Gaines and Tolk and would like the question withdrawn.
Mr. Rushoff?
Maybe I'll just ask another question. Is that okay?
Sure.
I'll withdraw that previous one. Ms. Labor-Tesoro, does staff recommend approval of a CCN for the Gaines County and Tolk station?
So staff's primary recommendation is to reject those resources for the reasons that they do not comply with the Renewable Energy Act, and staff believes that the selection of those resources did not follow the proper process as addressed by staff witness Zigage. However, staff does provide conditions for approval should the commission decide that it needs to approve those resources.
Okay, that's a helpful clarification. Thank you. And you actually referred to your colleague, Mr. Zigich, and was getting to it. My next question, on page 7 of your testimony, on line 27, you refer to Mr. Zigich.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the page again?
Yes, page 7, line 27.
Okay.
There on the middle of line 27, you refer to Mr. Zigich and his statement that SPS instructed its RFP evaluation team to effectively disregard New Mexico law. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And that statement about disregarding New Mexico law, does that New Mexico law refer to the Renewable Energy Act?
Yeah, so my understanding of this is Mr. Zigich is referring to July 17, 2025 report to the independent monitor, and it has an appendix in it with the 2024 SPS RFP evaluation guide. And there is language in that guide that indicates that an assumption was made that SPS would receive the zero carbon designation without having received that approval from the commission. That is my understanding from Mr. Zigich's testimony. And so therefore the selection of these resources does not comply with the REA.
Okay. The REA requires that SPS let me restate that question. The REA requires that 100% of New Mexico's electricity is supplied by zero carbon resources by 2045, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Given that that standard starts in 2045, is it staff's position that building and operating gas thermal units before 2045 is a violation of New Mexico law?
Objection.
Ms. Amer?
Well, I have several objections. First, Ms. Leyba Tessera did not testify regarding violations of law. That's a legal conclusion, and she did not make that legal conclusion, and that is not what her testimony is. Secondly, it wasn't even the purpose of her testimony. Mr. Zigich is the person that should be asked that question.
May I
Mr.
respond?
Rushoff? Yes, sir.
Sure. And so I'll just refer again to the page 7, line 27 that I cited earlier. Ms. Labor-Cicero does cite to Mr. Zigich, but includes in her testimony that SPS instructed its RFP evaluation team to disregard New Mexico law. So to the extent that the objection is to a legal interpretation or conclusion, I think the witness provided those legal analysis in her testimony. To the extent that this question is better directed to Mr. Zigich, the witness can surely refer me that way if she would like.
And I would state that she was quoting from Mr. Zigich in her testimony. So that is the reason that Mr. Zigich would be the appropriate witness.
Well, I believe that that's one of the issues with quoting other people in the testimony, as I think previously I mentioned earlier today. I mean, I don't even know, and I will address it with Ms. Labor Tercero. I don't even think I get to her testimony until page 13 of her testimony, because she's going back and forth about every other witness. And as I instructed Mr. SPS witness, Dr. Goodenough, if you reference somebody else's testimony, then you better be able to be ready to answer questions about it. As far as I'm concerned, and I believe Mr. Rushoff is correct, if she can't answer or any other witness can't answer it, then they can say so. So I'm going to overrule the objection. Ms. Labor-Cicero, answer the question if you know.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
I will find it for you. The question was, given that the standard starts in 2045, is it staff's position that building and operating gas thermal units before 2045 is a violation of New Mexico law?
I suppose that depends. If the resources comply by 2045, then not necessarily.
Go ahead, Mr.
So-
Rushoff.
Sure. So just to clarify, if SPS builds Gaines County and operates it in 2035, they're not violating New Mexico law, in your opinion. Is that correct?
In my non-legal opinion, that is correct. However, I would say that the selection of the resources, initial selection of the resources may have violated New Mexico law.
Okay. You stated earlier, I had a question that I think you might have answered earlier. Did you participate in SPS's 2023 IRP process?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you have a chance to review any of staff's comments or filings in that case?
Yes, I did briefly.
Okay. Are you aware that staff filed its report to the commission in that case on January 26, 2024?
That sounds correct.
Are you aware if staff's comments stated that procuring a gas thermal generation unit would violate New Mexico law?
I don't recall
Objection.
that.
Again, Ms. Tesoro did not testify regarding the IRP. She did not participate in it. This is beyond the scope of her testimony.
Okay.
You're gonna have to be faster, Miss Amer. She already answered it. Mr. Rushoff?
Sure. Miss, and understanding your counsel's objection there, I'll ask a question. You're happy if you say you don't know, but did you review the 2024 RFP that was included in that IRP docket?
No, I did not.
Okay. Are you aware that the RFP that was started this CCN case was an all source resource solicitation?
That's my understanding.
Okay. I want to move on to your testimony about SPS's RPS exceptions.
Okay.
It's your position and staff's position that the REA does not allow exceptions to the RPS. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Hardy asked you a few questions a moment ago. You do accept that the REA says that the commission should prevent unreasonable bill impacts and ensure reliability. Is that right?
Yes, but I don't see any language that says the commission shall grant an exception or that if these concerns exist, that the utility shall not be required to comply with the law.
Okay. Would you agree that whether or not the REA allows for exceptions is a legal issue that parties disagree about in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And that legal issue could be determined in a future commission proceeding?
Yeah, I suppose that it could.
That issue could also be resolved through a future legislative change. Is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. I want to talk about your testimony a little bit about other alternatives if the commission denies CCNs for Gaines and Tolk. On page 15 of your testimony, could we turn there?
Yes.
line okay, sorry, I was not there. Okay. On line 3 on page 15, you state that while staff firmly recommends denial of the Gaines County and Tolk Station CTG projects, staff recognizes that denial of the thermal generation resources would require alternate solutions to address the need for additional electric generation in SPS's service territory. Is that right?
Yes, and I believe that language of the firmly recommends denial comes from Mr. Zigich's testimony.
Okay. Could we jump to page 35 of your testimony?
Yes.
And on line 7, it says, what is staff's primary focus in a CCN proceeding such as this proceeding? You state you're not an attorney, but you kind of state some of the standards of the CCN statute and what the commission must weigh when determining whether to issue a CCN. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and on line 13, you have footnote 25. And if we can look at the footnote, it's rather long. I apologize. But would you agree with me at a high level that in that footnote you provide variety of precedent the commission has used to determine whether granting a CCN is appropriate?
Yes, where the commission has applied the net public benefit standards to determine that whether resources are in the public interest.
Okay. If we go, I want to direct you to, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, the 8th line down in your footnote. And there's a parenthetical number 2 there. Do you see
Okay.
that?
Yes.
Okay. And you're discussing there sort of the standards to meet the public benefit test. And two of the things that an applicant must establish there, it says 2, that the applicant considered alternatives before going forward with the project, and 3, that the project is the most cost-effective among feasible alternatives. Do you see that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And again, staff doesn't dispute that SPS has a near-term resource need, right?
That is my understanding. Probably the better witnesses to ask about that would be our engineering witnesses.
Is that Mr. Zigich?
Yes, both he and Mr. Whitney are engineers.
Okay. And then again, we discussed this earlier in my questioning, but you stated in your testimony that staff's principal concern in a resource case such as this is ensuring resource adequacy. Is that right?
Yes, that is my understanding.
Okay. Are you aware that SPS presented in this case an alternative analysis that shows the impact of a no thermal generation future in New Mexico?
I am aware of that, yes.
Okay. Mr. Gable presented some of that testimony. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall Mr. Gable's testimony when he stated that if Gaines and Tolk were not approved by the commission, those resources would still be needed for Texas customers, and there would have to be more resources directly assigned to New Mexico to fulfill that capacity need?
That is my understanding of SPS's analysis.
And that analysis concluded that that would require the direct assignment of over 5,000 megawatts of new non-thermal resources. Is that right?
I believe that is what SPS's analysis indicated.
Do you recall that SPS's testimony stated that that level of non-thermal resources wasn't available in the 2024 RFP?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Again, speaking of the same Gable testimony, are you aware that Mr. Gable testified that the non-thermal Resource Future analysis showed that it would come at an incremental cost impact to New Mexico of $5.5 billion.
I recall reading that with regard to SPS's analysis, yes.
Okay. And then Ms. Lees testified that the cost to New Mexico customers would be 40% higher if gains in Tolk did not move forward. Did you read that testimony?
Yes, I believe that was my understanding of SPS's testimony.
Okay. Would you agree with me that a future, such a non-thermal future, is not cost effective compared to feasible alternatives?
I don't know that I can answer that question. I don't think we were presented with other alternatives in this case, but I may not be the appropriate witness to answer.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rushoff. I do not believe that any of the other parties have reserved any time to ask any questions of Ms. Labor-Tucero. Hearing examiner Schaefer, do you have questions for Ms. Labor-Tucero?
You can go first, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Okay. Make one note here. Good afternoon, Ms. Labor-Tucero.
Good afternoon, Hearing Examiner Hurst.
As your former supervisor and friend used to say, Mr. Brack, this is not your first rodeo, is it?
No, it is not.
I note in looking at your attachment ELT-1, your list of cases, that you had 2 different tenures here with the commission. One that looks like it was from approximately 2003 to 2005. Is that correct?
About that, yes.
And then you found your way back to us in approximately 2011, and that you have been here since then, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
First as an economist and now as the bureau chief of the economics division, correct?
Yes.
So it's fair to say that you've testified in a few rate cases.
Yes, I have.
And you've testified in a few CCN cases.
Yes, I did testify in the 23-252 case that everybody's been referencing.
And you did not testify in 1744, did you?
No, I did not.
How did you get out of that one?
I don't know, but I'm glad I did.
But you testified in 17255, an SPS rate case.
Yes, I did.
And you also You also testified in case 22-00286, which was also SPS's rate case, correct?
Yes.
And you testified, you said in 23-252,
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
And that's the case that is referenced by staff as being precedential for Mr. Malden's deferral of production and investment tax credits, correct?
Yes.
Did you present that recommendation in that case?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I want to say Ms. Dashino, but subject to check.
Okay. So you testified in that case, but not on the production tax credit issue?
No, not on that issue.
Okay. And you have here in your footnote 5 that a final order was issued in that case in May 30th of 2024. Is that correct? It's on page 11 at the bottom.
Yes, that's what's indicated by my testimony.
Okay. And I don't see on your list, you did not testify in case 24-00270?
No, I did not. That was an accounting case.
Okay. Do you are you familiar with that that was a FPPCAC case?
That's my
fuel and purchase power clause?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And that there was a stipulation signed by the parties except for staff?
That is my understanding, yes.
Is it also your understanding that there was a particular treatment for how tax credits would be treated going forward in that case?
I believe so. I don't know the details, but that's my understanding.
Do you know when the final order in that case was?
I do not.
Subject to check, if I told you that the final order was in October 31st of 2025, would you accept that?
Yes, I would.
And that October 31st of 2025 is later in time than May 30th of 2024? Do you accept that?
I accept that.
Correct me happily if I'm wrong, Ms. Labor Tessero, since you and I are familiar with differing structures over the years, is there still the concept with staff that there's what we used to call a case coordinator or a case leader of the staff team in the presentation of a case?
Yes, there is still a case coordinator, which is why my testimony includes the recommendations of all staff. I think It's a little bit different than what it used to be in that we don't have company coordinators anymore. So it's case specific.
Okay, and that's what I wanted to find out, and put that on the record. And my understanding is the case coordinator can never be the attorney, right?
Right.
Okay, and basically the case coordinator's job, among other things, is to, I guess, help guide the team, which is usually made up of economists and accountants and engineers.
It depends on the type of case, but in this case, it was made up of all three.
Okay, and so as you're and I'm assuming, yes, you are the case coordinator for this case, right?
Yes, I'm the lucky case coordinator.
Well, as it should be, with all your knowledge and experience, Ms. Labor Tercero. Although I don't recall seeing your testimony be so voluminous before, but perhaps that is a sign of the times. So it is seen from the staff perspective that part of the case coordinator's responsibility, in their own testimony, if they choose to testify, to include all of staff's recommendations for the entire case.
That is something that I believe to be correct. There should be one place where the reader can find the overall recommendations of staff. That has been most typical in rate cases. I feel like because this was such a significant case, it was warranted here. I agree it was lengthy, but I was trying to be thorough in my approach.
Very well, and not a criticism by the length, about the length, Ms. Labor Tercero, just an observation. Okay, well, I think that gives us a sufficient understanding for why staff structures its testimony the way that it does, and I think probably additionally, there's a lot of issues in this case, aren't there, Ms. Labor Tercero?
Yes.
And based upon the commission's procedural directives and then assent by the parties, this particular case has been dealt with in an expedited fashion, correct?
Correct.
And I'd like to address your testimony with regard to affiliate transactions. I think you begin that on page 15. And I found your basically your recommendation, I guess, is that SPS has committed to providing notice of any class 1 transactions, but pursuant to Rule 450, you do not believe that that they're required to do so, correct?
So I I believe what you're referring to there is the class 1 transactions, and it doesn't require any approval from the commission, just reporting on it. So that's the first piece. And then I think you're talking about the class 2 transactions.
Right, right.
Okay.
I'm on page 17 and
Okay.
I'm looking at the question posed at line 7. If the commission approves SPS's proposed self-build projects, has SPS committed to providing notice of the class 1 as required by the rule? And you say yes, they're not seeking, nor are they required to seek commission approval prior to engaging in the class 1. However, they have to file a written notice as required in 450.11, correct?
That's my understanding of the rule, yes.
Okay. And then you go on at line 16. Are there class 2 transactions associated with the application? You begin your answer on line 18 and you say yes, that there are. And then on page 18, you go on further to set forth the requirements on page 18 and 19, and you answer the question posed on line 4 of page 19. Has SPS submitted a GDP for approval in this case? GDP referring to General Diversification Plan, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then at line 5, you answer no. They're requesting a variance from the subsection. And then the question posed at line 8, what's staff's position with regard to this variance? And at line 10, you say, for the following reasons, staff is not opposed to SPS's request for a variance from 450.10. That's your testimony?
Yes.
Should I interpret anything in the way that you answered that question? Staff is not opposed, as opposed to staff supports, or staff thinks that SPS's request should be granted?
Well, ideally, of course, I think ideally we would like the utility to provide the information, but I'm not opposed to it for all the reasons I discussed, and I can go through my thinking in that if you would like.
Well,
so I do ultimately recommend approval of that request for various reasons.
Yes, and I know your testimony does lay out pages 19, 20, 21, and 22 set forth the reasons. And the one I wanted most to ask you about is number 2 on page 20, where you say, second, SPS witness Cunningham, which we haven't heard from yet, but is correct that in case number 13-00390-UT, the commission held that its CCN review and in quotes, necessarily subsumed, end quote, the public interest analysis required for a class 2 transaction under Rule 450. That's your testimony?
Yes, and that language came directly out of Mr. Cunningham's testimony. I believe it was also in the 13-390 case, but I did look into that, and my understanding of that case is that it did include a CCN, and the commission found that a CCN proceeding addressed the public interest considerations that Rule 450 is designed to protect.
Well, do you think it's true that the Rule 450 and the protections afforded under Rule 450 is a really important public interest consideration that the commission has?
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. But I also there's also language in the rule that says even if the commission approves a plan, it doesn't preclude the commission from investigating the transactions at any time. And if the commission finds that there is any adverse impact to customers, the commission has the ability to require the utility to take the necessary steps to address that. So I don't think that it hinders the commission's review in not providing this. I also believe that SPS has provided projected costs of its resources. And those costs, the actual costs, will be evaluated in a future rate case. And the commission will have the ability to review those costs and to deny any imprudent costs.
So then basically it sounds like sort of a two-pronged thing, that even if there isn't the specific GDP review, that the CCN review substitutes for that, and then additionally, the rule still provides for inquiry by the commission on an ongoing basis. Is that right?
Yes, I believe that's correct, because even if the utility provided this document, that's, I mean, yes, we can say that they've complied with everything in it, but we don't ever really know until we see the actual costs, right? So so that review will come, the prudence of the costs.
Right. In addition to whatever rate making treatment, and then compliance and review subsequent to that.
Yes.
Correct. And just for the record purposes of case number 13-00390-UT, that was in the that was P&M San Juan abandonment proceeding, correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
I think it says final order issued in that case December 16th of 2015. And I wanted to talk to you a little bit, and Mr. Rushoff, ask you, I think, and since you've done a couple of SPS rate cases, and I believe you indicate in your testimony that and so I'm in the jurisdictional cost allocation section now, that at least for 6 of the self-build projects, SPS proposes to allocate the production related cost among its jurisdictions using a 12 CP demand allocator, which assigns capacity related costs based on each jurisdiction's contribution to SPS's monthly peak system demand. So that's your testimony on page 23, isn't it, Ms. Labor-Tercero?
I'm sorry, I just got there now.
Lines 1 through 6. Actually, I started at line 3.
Yes, that is my testimony.
So it's not the way that they proposed to have this jurisdictional allocation methodology in this case. It's not something new, right?
No. No, and I think I indicate that this method has been used in prior cases.
Is it something, if you recall, is it something that's been challenged in the past?
I'm sure that it has. I mean, I can't recall specifically. I don't believe staff has challenged it, and it's been accepted by the commission in both stipulated and litigated cases.
Well, I mean, is there, and you say that, you know, if you go on to page 29 of your testimony at line 14, as it relates to the approval of jurisdictional allocation, it should be noted that in case 23-00252, staff recognized that SPS's proposed allocation methodologies were consistent with the methodologies approved by the commission in SPS's most litigated rate case, as well as its most recent stipulated. That's your testimony.
Yes, and I'm sorry, can you state the page again?
Yes, ma'am. That was page 29 going on to page 30.
Okay.
So you're not opposing that jurisdictional allocation request, right?
I am opposing that it be set in this case. I don't know whether staff will oppose it in a future case.
Okay. So you do oppose the methodology, the methodology.
No, I oppose setting that methodology in the case without having had the opportunity to review the methodology at the time these costs are recovered. I think there's a lot of issues in this case, and I went through some detail about, you know, the magnitude and scope and the condensed schedule, and staff agrees that there are certain issues that need to be addressed now, but this isn't one of them. I don't think that there's any benefit in rushing it while this method has been accepted in the past. Things are changing. It's kind of a whole new world we're in right now, and I think we need to start thinking differently. And so that's part of my reason. I just don't want to tie our hands now for something that we don't know in the future.
Well, do you think not, if the commission doesn't allow for certainty with regard to certain rate or cost methodology? I mean, I know that they're not requesting any specific allocation of any specific costs or allocation of costs to customers at this point. But do you think there's some disincentive from SPS's point of view if they aren't given some more definitive assurances by the commission with regard to methodologies or treatment of that it's going to be disincentive to them?
I don't know that I necessarily agree with that. I think that the company, if the commission approves these resources, the company will have the ability to recover those costs. Of course, the actual costs will need to be reviewed in the rate case where they are being proposed to be recovered. But if those costs are determined to be reasonable and prudent, then the utility will recover those costs.
So I know on page 35, you begin talking about staff's primary focus and the net public benefit test.
Yes.
The staff in its final analysis conclude that that's been met?
I believe that for the wind, solar, and battery resources, staff has made that conclusion, and that is addressed by staff witness Whitney.
But with regard to the remainder?
No, because staff cannot say that the resources are in the public interest if they don't comply with the law.
And by that you mean they would qualify for the standards in place now, but potentially not for the standards in place at a later date that are contained in the current law.
Yes.
Is there anything else you think that we need to know or regarding your focus? Ms. Labor-Cicero?
I would say that the primary focus of my testimony and the issue that I think has the greatest impact is with regard to exceptions to the REA. And, I know that I'm not an attorney, but in my job as staff of the utility division, I regularly review statutes and rules, and I have to interpret those statutes and rules, and I have to review utility applications and determine whether or not they comply with those statutes and rules. I also have attorneys that I work with on cases, and they do provide legal counsel. And so really, I think something that I would like to emphasize is that I do not see any language in the law that indicates that exceptions to the 2045 zero carbon requirement exist. And yet I see other sections of the law that do provide for exceptions. So I don't know how to reconcile the two as a non-attorney.
So basically your understanding upon your review is you're taking the more conservative approach that you believe since there's not any specific language there, you don't believe the request is applicable. Is that right?
That's correct. And I think that by the commission having to consider these factors that SPS points to in support of its request, I don't think that this means that the commission has to grant an exception. I think that there are other ways of addressing these issues. For example, if the commission has concerns about undue bill impacts, those could potentially be addressed in a rate case by perhaps phasing in rates or banding approaches, gradualism approaches, or approving low income rates. So there are other ways of addressing this. In terms of reliability, I think that, for example, in this case, and I know this is a tough one, but we weren't given many options here, but perhaps an analysis could have been done that shows what the impact would be if these resources are approved and the commission requires SPS to bring them into compliance by 2045. And that could serve to address the reliability concerns. If we have to have those resources, there's other ways of allowing that to happen without granting exceptions to the law.
Very well. I think that's all the questions that I had for you, Ms. Labor-Tercero. I appreciate your time. I thank you. Hearing Examiner Schaefer, did you have questions for Ms. Labor-Tercero?
No, thank you. Just thank you, Ms. Leyva-Tercero, for your professionalism and contribution to our proceeding.
Thank you.
I would also just extend to you an explanation, Ms. Labor-Tercero. Hearing Examiner Schaefer and my request to move and decision to move staff forward in this case is not intended in any way, shape, or form to be punitive or please don't interpret it in any negative fashion. Our decision to do this was partly to try to get an opportunity and with a desire for to hear from staff and to put them in a position where they're not at the tail end of every hearing, where quite frankly, I think people get tired and don't necessarily make inquiry and give staff the respect that they deserve. So please communicate that's the reason. Well, part of the reason, I think part of it is also just to try out different things and try to again try to get as much participation as we can to vet these issues. And we certainly want to hear from staff. And we want to hear what their opinions are. So if you'd pass that on, I'd appreciate it. And with that, Mr. Amer, do you have any redirect for Ms. Labor-Tercero?
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you for those kind words about staff. I would like to ask you some questions about the questions that Mr. Rushoff asked you. I believe that he mischaracterized your testimony. And so I direct you to page 50 of your testimony.
Yes.
And starting on, I believe, line 13, could you either read it or summarize what staff's position is regarding issuance of the CCNs for Gaines and Tolk, CTG projects.
Yes, regarding SPS request for the issuance of CCNs under NMSA 1978, Section 62-9-1 and 62-9-6 to construct and operate the gas projects specifically, staff recommends rejection of the proposed Gaines County CTG project and the Tolk Station CTG project because SPS instructed its RFP evaluation team to effectively disregard New Mexico law. The CTG projects where the highest cost of energy resources moved into modeling a significant portion of the CTG resources are proposed solely to satisfy SPP. However, staff provides alternative recommendations or conditions to approval if the commission believes it must approve the CCNs for these projects.
And what are the conditions? It appears that there's 1, 2, 3.
Yes. So, and these conditions are addressed by staff witness Sigage. They are 1, for the commission to provide guidance on how the prudence of the resources should be evaluated in a future rate case, since a CCN issued by the commission generally comes with some implied level of reasonableness. 2, requires SPS in a separate docket to reevaluate through a cost-benefit analysis the company's relationship with the SPP to determine whether SPS's membership continues to be in the public interest and that it provides its customers with fair, just, and reasonable rates. 3, requires SPS to evaluate in the current rate case whether alignment of its current 12CP production demand allocation and SPP 3% highest net load for each season production accreditation is warranted. And 4, requires SPS to prepare an action plan for developing and deploying long duration energy storage or other zero carbon base load capacity, e.g. nuclear fission, with current technology in the company's New Mexico service territory by 2045.
Thank you. And none of those options were presented in SPS's application. Is that correct?
No, they were not.
Okay. Mr. Rushoff also talked about Mr. Gables and Miss Lee's claim of an incremental cost of 5.5 billion to New Mexico regarding 5,000 megawatts of non-thermal are direct assigned to New Mexico. On page 39 of your testimony, line 13, did you state that you agreed with that claim?
No, I did not.
Can you read what you stated on page?
I'm sorry to interrupt, Miss Amer. I don't think reading verbatim large tranches of written testimony that's already in the record is the best use of our time.
Okay.
Thank you.
But did SPS cite any evidence to support this claim?
Not that I'm aware.
Did SPS's application provide any information about that claim?
It just presented its own analysis to provide that claim.
And did the application have any alternatives besides the 5.5 billion?
No, it did not.
I believe that is all. Those are all of my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Amer. Anyone have recross based upon my questions or the redirect, I see, Mr. Rushoff, you have your hand up. Go ahead,
Yes,
sir.
just one quick question. Excuse me. Following up on the question of Ms. Amer just a moment ago, Ms. Labor-Cicero, you just pointed out that SPS did not provide evidence supporting its $5.5 billion increase. Was that your answer?
It provided the analysis presented by the company in
Oh,
support of
right.
that claim.
Okay, understood. Did staff present an alternative analysis of that cost?
No, it did not.
Okay, thank you.
Any further recross for Ms. Labor-Tricero?
I have a couple of questions, Madam Examiner.
Go ahead, Ms. Hardy.
Ms. Labor-Tricero, regarding the affiliate transactions, SPS is not seeking a variance regarding any Class 1 transactions, correct?
All right, Ms. Hardy, could you start your question again and slow down a little bit? Ms. Labor-Cicero.
SPS is not seeking a variance regarding any Class 1 transactions, correct?
That's correct.
SPS is only seeking a variance from the general diversification plan requirement for Class 2 transactions, right?
That's correct.
And the Class 2 transactions at issue are SPS's acquisition of the Yellow House, Lariat, and Sandy Loan projects, right?
Yes,
And those are development transfer projects.
that's my understanding, yes.
And SPS will immediately dissolve each entity after assuming ownership of those projects, right?
That's my understanding of SPS's testimony, yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hardy. Any further recross? Ms. Amer, you've already had your opportunity on redirect.
Yes, but based upon what Mr. Rauschoff just asked, I would like to clarify.
Nope. You've had your opportunity for redirect. Any further recross? Hearing none. Ms. Labor-Cicero, again, thank you for your time. Appreciate
Thank you.
you, and you are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. I believe due to the scheduling of the witnesses, I want to make sure that we get the opportunity. Ms. Hardy, have Ms. Lees available?
She is available now, Madam Examiner.
Okay. Well, while she's headed to the witness room, I don't think we have it open, do we? Ms. Sir has requested the opportunity to query the witness on SPS's response to the second bench request.
Was that a question from a hearing examiner?
Well, I was going to actually ask the specific question when I get Miss Lee's here, but yeah, you've asked for the opportunity to ask her about providing the certification decision. Is that right?
Yeah, I want to ask about specifically the last full paragraph on the certification letter that has those timelines, and have her look at the application and just get a clarification.
Okay.
And then I will
Well, you
withdraw
need to
my
be more specific. Okay. The bench request response is that they were supposed to provide the certification decision. So if you're questioning that this isn't the certification decision, then you have an opportunity to ask her questions.
I am not questioning that this is not the certification decision. I wanted to get a clarification of what the decision says with regard to the timelines. I have incompleted application dates, but there's no date. The incomplete application was submitted, and I'm just trying to figure out if that was the June 20th, 2025 date on the application. And if she could give me an answer about that, that's my what I want to ask about. I want to just get a clarification since we're not putting the application in the record.
Miss Lees, are you out there in witness land?
Good afternoon, Hearing Examiner Hurst.
Good afternoon. You are still under oath, Miss Lees. We appreciate your availability to come back. My
Absolutely.
understanding is you are the sponsor of SPS's response to the second bench request, which was to provide the certification decision issued on September 22nd, 2025 by the Economic Development Department of the state of New Mexico. Is that correct?
That's correct. I sponsored that bench request.
Okay, and you provided the true and correct copy of this document?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, where'd you get it?
It was sent to Linda Hudgens with SPS, who direct reports to me, by the Department of Economic Development, specifically from Secretary Rob Black.
And it indicates that it's a document of 4 pages.
May I have permission to look at the document that was attached to the bench request
Absolutely.
in order to confirm that?
Sure. Do you have it?
I have the bench request in front of me. Madam Hearing Examiner, if you'd like to share your screen, you can, but I do have it here.
Oh, no, as long as you have it. I don't have it up right now, but
it was 4 pages, Madam Hearing Examiner.
okay, very well. All right, Miss Sir.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lees.
Good
I'm
afternoon.
sorry for calling you back here this afternoon, but are you able to tell me, did you participate in the application to the Economic Development Department in providing information?
I did.
Okay. Are you the person who would be able to tell me the different parts of the application and when they were submitted?
Ms. Jur, on a high level I can. I just don't remember exact dates. We submitted the application in June. The Department of Economic Development requested additional information, which we responded to in August. And then I believe we got this decision on September 22nd, 3 days before we filed this case.
Okay, and the application that we're talking about, I'm looking at a 51-page application, and has multiple parts. It has a exhibit A, B, C, and D. So it appears to me D is some maps.
I don't have the document that you're looking at in front of you, in front of me, Ms. Jur. I just have the bench request that we submitted.
So the bench request says, this letter says SPS provided maps and specific site information on August 1st. So does that indicate the section D, the maps, was submitted August 1st?
I'm sorry to interrupt, Miss Lees. Ms. Zor, I just want to ask a clarifying question here. Are you asking Miss Lees about this sponsored bench request, or are you asking her about a document that's related to this bench request?
I'm asking about the statement in the bench request in the certification letter, the last paragraph, which refers to multiple parts of applications submitted on different dates. And so my question is about that language and what that refers to, if she can answer the question.
Okay, because it seemed like you weren't asking about that statement, but you were asking about the contents of another document. So I just wanted to be clear what your question was regarding.
My question is about the relationship of this paragraph and its date to the multiple parts of the request for economic development. And so,
Okay, go ahead.
thank you, sir. The original incomplete application, I'm reading from the certification letter, listed 14 wind, solar, thermal, and battery and energy storage system projects. And I know, Ms. Lees, you're not looking at the actual request that I'm looking at, which is the application. If it says June 20th,
Ms. Orr,
2020.
Ms. Orr, I'm sorry to interrupt again, but remember, we've generally been discussing the need to have comprehensible questions one at a time. So if you, I'm confused with your question. Could you please restate your question to the?
Sure. The second sentence says the original incomplete application listed some things. And so I'm asking you, the original incomplete application, is that what was filed on June 20th, if that's what the application shows?
Sure. If
Mr. Larson?
If somebody said something, I didn't hear it.
Apologies, Mr. Lee. I have an objection.
Mr. Larson?
I think that the document speaks for itself. I think the Ms. Zer's question is going beyond the scope of the bench request. Bench request sought the EDD decision. That's what was provided, and the document speaks for itself.
Ms. Orr, do you have a response?
Yes, the document, are you referring to the certification? It just says an original incomplete application was submitted, and it doesn't say what date. And I'm asking if the date on the application that Ms. Lynch had Mr. Goodenough look at, I'm asking if that date, June 20th, if that would be the date of the incomplete application.
I don't believe that. I'm going to sustain the objection, Ms. Orr. I think it's beyond the scope of this piece of evidence.
Okay. Can I ask my question another way?
Please proceed.
Do you know if anything was filed in the Economic Development Department on or around June 20th? From your personal knowledge?
Go ahead, Mr. Larson.
I have the same objection. I think that the question that Ms. Zer just asked is objectionable on the same grounds.
Ms. Orr, do you have a response?
Could we pull up the documents so the witness could look at it? I have it right here. Would that be helpful, hearing examiner?
Well, first, let's respond to Mr. Larson's objection, and then we can discuss who and how the evidence can be viewed.
Okay. I'm sorry, I did not hear your objection. Could you say it again?
He objected on the same grounds, Ms. Orr, as his previous objection.
All right. I will go ahead and just end this. Thank you for the opportunity to try. And I will withdraw my objection to the admission of bench request 2-1.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Orr.
For clarification purposes, hearing examiner Schaefer, Ms. Lees answered the question at the beginning of the inquiry by saying, I don't remember exact dates. We submitted an application in June. With that, and the objection being removed, and hearing no further objection, I will admit SPS response to second bench request filed in this case. Okay, thank you. I think Ms. Lees, appreciate you coming back. You are excused. And Ms. Amer, you have another witness.
Yes, ma'am. This
Ms.
is
Lang.
Yes, ma'am. We have Mr. Zigich. Just asked him to get off YouTube and get on Zoom.
I'm looking.
Oh, there he is.
I just admitted him.
Thank you, hearing examiner Schaefer. Good afternoon, Mr. Zigich.
Good afternoon, hearing examiner.
Mr. Lee, would you please swear the witness?
Mr. Zigich, would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give, no matter now pending, should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Ms. Lang?
Thank you. Mr. Zigich, could you please state your full name for the record?
Darren Keith Zigich.
And how are you employed?
I'm an engineer with the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission, Utility Division staff.
And did you prepare testimony? Oh, strike that. Let me backtrack. As part of your duties, did you review this application?
Yes, I did.
And did you prepare testimony for this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Do you have a copy of what has been labeled as Staff Exhibit 1?
Yes,
What is that?
that is my prepared direct testimony.
And did you, was this prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes.
Mr. Zigich, do you have any corrections to this?
Yeah, I've got one small one. On page 5, line 6. This engineer apparently can't count because I have 6 items in that paragraph, and I say there's 4 identified problems, so that should be 6. So
Anything else?
no, I think I found a nit somewhere, but I can't find it anymore. So it would be an extra letter or something.
With that correction, as you stated, if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
And are the answers true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Mr. Zigich, are there any attachments to your testimony?
Yes, there's 5 attachments, 5 exhibits.
Let's go through them, shall we? What has been labeled attachment DKZ1? What is that?
Well, that the public version is a redacted appendix to the independent monitor report that reported on all of the resources that were selected in this under this the 2024 RFP, and it's redacted because that was confidential. Sorry.
And did you was this obtained via SPS's response to staff's first interrogatory?
Yes, it was. I never was sure if it was originally submitted under the other case, quick case, that this IM was submitted under, because the IM itself, the independent monitoring report, was submitted separately under a different case number. But yeah, this was submitted through testimony or through discovery. Sorry.
And let's go to what has been labeled DKZ2. What is that?
That is a response to staff interrogatory 2-1.
Okay, let's go to DKZ3. And what are we looking at there?
Well, sorry, 2 is long. DKZ3 is something from a document from the Midwest ISO detailing their accreditation for different resources in that ISO region.
And what is DKZ4?
DKZ4 is a response to Occidental Permian's second set of interrogatories, number 2-8.
And finally, what is DKZ5?
That is another interrogatory response to a second set interrogatory, staff interrogatory 2-7, specifically letter C, the response to C.
And with that, staff moves to admit what has been labeled staff exhibit number 1 into the record.
Any objection to what's been identified as staff exhibit 1, the direct testimony of Mr. Zigich, with redacted testimony as corrected and affirmed by him here today? Hearing no objection, staff exhibit 1 is admitted. Ms. Lang?
Thank you. I pass the witness for cross-exam.
Are we going to have a staff exhibit with a different number that has confidential information or no?
We are, I don't think we were anticipate, if it's required, we can email it to the hearing examiners, the confidential version.
Okay, make sure it has a different, well, it's got to be admitted in order for it to go with the transcript. So if you want it admitted, you're going to have to submit it with a different exhibit number, and you're going to have to do it by the close of business today.
Yes, ma'am. We will get that right to you.
Okay. Thank you. Now that it's been admitted, are we ready to pass the witness?
Yes, ma'am, we are. I pass the witness for cross-examination.
Very well. And I believe Ms. Hardy, Mr. Larson, someone resolved 30 minutes for Mr. Zigich for cross-examination, as well as the large customer group who reserved 15. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. It'll be Mr. Larson for
Okay.
this.
I apologize. This is Katie Lang on behalf of. I apologize. I just looked at our email. We did, in fact, email the confidential version to the hearing examiners back on the 24th of December. So it has been emailed.
Okay, but it can't have the same exhibit number.
Let me check, and I apologize. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Before getting started, I think this will be done in 30 minutes. There's a chance it goes a little over that. So I'd like to take 10 minutes out of our time for Miss 11 out of an abundance of caution.
Wait, oh, okay.
And secondarily, in the event that I need to share my screen, is it possible to enable that sharing?
I
It's enabled,
believe
Mr.
that
Larson.
it's already been done. So basically you're saying you only want to use 20?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I only want to use 20 on Miss 11. We may need 40 on Mr. Zigich, just in case.
Okay. Very well. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Zigich.
Good afternoon, Mr. Larson.
you and I have met before, but my
Yeah.
name is Matt Larson and I represent Southwestern Public Service.
All right.
So just to kind of get started, you're familiar with the Renewable Energy Act, correct?
Yes, I am.
And you're familiar with the amendments made to the Renewable Energy Act by the Energy Transition Act, correct?
Correct. I was at the State Energy Office when that was enacted.
And you testify that exemptions or exceptions to the requirements of the Renewable Energy Act are not available, correct?
As far as, yeah, exactly. That's my understanding.
So no exemptions, no exceptions are available, right?
Well, not, yeah, that's what, there has to be a good case for it, I guess, if there is.
Well, your testimony at page 6, lines 1 through 3, says that they're not available.
Are you talking about the 2045 REA zero carbon standard or the zero carbon resource definition? There was two things at play here.
Talking about any exemption or any exception to the 2045 requirements of the Renewable Energy Act.
There are RCT exceptions, but we are not aware of any exceptions as to what SPS is requesting in this case.
So there's no undue bill impact exception, correct?
Correct.
And there's no reliability exception. Right?
Sorry, Mr. Larson, you're just very weak or sounding. I just can barely hear you.
I'll speak up, Mr. Lee. My apologies.
Thank you.
So second question, and then there's no reliability exception according to your testimony, correct, Mr. Zigich?
Correct, but there's also a need to show that is the case. If there's an exception to be had, then somebody needs to show that that is a necessary exception.
But isn't it true that your testimony is that no exceptions are available, regardless of what Sharon has made?
Objection.
Ms. Lang,
It's been asked and answered like 3 times, Your Honor.
Mr. Larson?
Well, his testimony says that exceptions and exemptions are not available. And now he's testifying that they're available upon certain showings, and that's what the question was about.
Well, I believe he did say if there's an exception to be had, then somebody needs to show that it's a necessary exception. So what's your question?
So my question is there an exception available if certain showings are made?
I think it is asked and answered. Move on.
So do you think that the commission has flexibility to evaluate reliability challenges that may occur based on the 2045 requirements?
20 years in the past? I think that's a hard sell to say that you're going to have a problem in 2045 based on today's information. I'm not sure how you do that.
But does the commission have that flexibility to evaluate those considerations with respect to reliability?
We don't see anything that says there's a clear exemption available, but if there was, then it seems very premature to be making that today.
So the commission does not have that flexibility today, is your testimony?
Objection,
Ms. Lang?
asked and answered.
I don't think he's answered this one. Answer the question if you know, sir.
Our understanding of the law is that there's no exceptions available right now, the way it's written.
Okay. Are you familiar with climate policies or emission reduction policies in other states outside of New Mexico?
Broadly, I've got 20 years of environmental regulatory experience in air quality issues, so I'm pretty schooled in the Clean Air Act and other such matters.
And are you aware of other state policies that have no flexibility provided with respect to compliance?
Objection,
What's your objection?
relevance. To
Mr.
the,
Larson?
He just testified that he is familiar with other state policies. I'm curious if he can juxtapose those state policies with the way that he sees this state policy.
may I respond?
Yes, Ms. Lang.
Yes, the witness said he is familiar, but with regard to what is before the commission and tribunal, it is not relevant, is my projection.
Well, it might be nice for us to look outward. I believe that the specific question for this witness isn't relevant, so I'm going to sustain the objection. Go ahead, Mr. Larson.
Thank you. Mr. Zigich, did you participate in the 2023 IRP facilitated stakeholder process?
No, I was not part of the commission at that time.
You know if staff participated in the 2023 IRP facilitated stakeholder process?
That's my understanding, yes.
And have you reviewed the staff report filed in response to SPS's 2023 IRP?
Briefly and quite some time ago.
So I'd like to take a look at a particular portion of that, and it's in this record as attachment ZEL-R1, which is Miss Lee's rebuttal testimony. And I can pull it up if that's helpful, or if you have it in front of you, you can take a look at it.
I think I have it. What page?
I'm going to be at page 14 of the staff report, and I believe that's page 123 of the PDF.
All right.
And if you look at the very top of the page, there's some bolded language there. Do you see that?
The such massive increases in revenue requirements?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So I'll represent to you that this relates to some long duration storage scenarios and hydrogen conversion scenarios that were modeled as part of the 2023 IRP process. Do you have any reason to dispute that?
No, I don't have information. I haven't reviewed this part of it before, so.
And so that particular piece of the report that I'm looking at reads, such massive increases in revenue requirements does not correspond with the state's emission reduction policy objectives that the commission in part, quote, prevent unreasonable impacts to customer electricity bills, end quote. See that?
Yes.
Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
So would you agree with me that in the staff comments, there appears to be some concern that significant revenue requirement increases do not correspond with the state's emission reduction policy objectives?
For that scenario,
And your testimony is that no exceptions are available under the Renewable Energy Act, right?
Are you saying that was the solution? That was the alternative?
I'm asking you to juxtapose what's in this report with your position with respect to
Objection.
the Energy Act.
Let him finish the question, Miss Lang.
Is
Go
that
ahead,
helpful?
Mr. Larson. I'm asking you to juxtapose.
Juxtapose what's stated here about the state's emission reduction policy objectives with your testimony that no exceptions are available under the Renewable Energy Act.
Well, that was an opinion about.
Objection.
Okay, what's your objection?
It is beyond Mr. Zigage's testimony, asking him to juxtapose what he has testified and this document from Ms. Lee's testimony that has no relevance to New Mexico law regarding zero carbon. It's beyond the scope.
Mr. Larson.
I can ask a different question, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Are you the part from the IRP report that you just asked the witness about?
Yes.
That was from us PRC staff report.
Yes, ma'am.
Who is the witness that that testimony referred to, or that report referred to?
Which witness of staff referred to that report?
Yeah, do you know?
I do not.
Okay.
I don't believe staff ever referred to this report in any of their testimony in this case.
No, but you're saying that the IRP contained a staff report from the staff of the PRC,
Yes, ma'am.
but you don't know who submitted it?
I believe Ms. Mitchell was working for staff at the time. I can look down at the bottom of the page to see who signed it. It doesn't have anybody specific on it. It only says that it's a PRC staff report.
Okay. Well, you're withdrawing your question and asking another. Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Zigich, did you ever read this staff report prior to filing your testimony in this case?
Objection.
Ms. Lang?
Vague. What report are we talking about?
We're referring to the PRC staff report, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Overruled. Answer the question if you know, Mr. Zigich.
No, I did not.
You did not read the report prior to
No.
filing your testimony?
No, I didn't.
So changing topics a little bit to portfolio development. At page 8, lines 8 to 10 of your testimony, you testify that if the full requirements of the New Mexico REA, as they are understood today, were considered, the outcome of the RFP evaluation should have diverged from what is currently proposed. Is that right?
I'm sorry, I lost you. What page were you on again?
Page 8, lines 8 to 10.
Correct.
And now, with respect to this divergence, your only concern is with respect to the gates and toll projects, correct?
Correct.
So you don't take issue with the wind projects, the battery energy storage system projects, or the solar projects, right?
I did not review those.
Have you developed an alternative portfolio that backfills for the accredited capacity of the gains and toll resources if they were not to be approved?
No, but we have provided alternative solutions.
But you haven't actually provided an alternative portfolio of feasible projects, correct?
SPS came in with one option. There were no other options, so there is no other alternative to be had.
But you didn't, I'm sorry, finish your answer.
This just-in-time procurement is very concerning because it provides no alternatives.
But you didn't review the other bids that were available and attempt to construct an alternative portfolio of resources that could meet SPS's resource needs, correct?
No, Mr. Gable did that.
Mr. Gable did, but you did not, right?
Correct.
And do you agree with the testimony of your colleague, Ms. Leyva Tercero, earlier today that SPS must choose from among feasible resources?
Correct, but they have to be compliant. You know, I worked on Excel's Monticello power uprate for 5 years, and I didn't come in with non-code compliant resources to that project. They would have shown me the barbed wire gate if I walked in with that. You don't come to the table with a non-compliant resource. That's just unsavory, to put it bluntly.
And those resources are non-compliant, assuming that exceptions are not available to the Renewable Energy Act, correct?
Correct. Or that no alternative is made to make them compliant in the future. Because they are compliant today. We already discussed that they're compliant today out of the box. SPS didn't come to the table with a solution for 2045, and that's the crux of the problem.
But there's not an alternative portfolio that you're aware of today out of feasible resources that could satisfy the 2045 standard, correct?
Not with just-in-time procurement, no.
And you've reviewed the 2045 analysis that Mr. Gable prepared for SPS using generic resources, right?
Yes.
And subject to check, that shows a New Mexico need for almost 6,400 megawatts of additional resources in the absence of gains in total, correct?
I thought it was more in the 5 range, but yeah, subject to check, I guess. It's significant, but that's assuming that's the only alternative. It's hard to look at that alternative after you've already selected what you have and you have a small set of options.
Did you develop a different alternative using generic resources?
Yeah, there's a lot of generic resources out there, but you need more time to procure them. And that's the crux of it.
Respectfully, that wasn't my question, sir.
Yes.
The question was, did you develop an alternative to the portfolio of generic resources that Mr. Gable developed?
No.
So you don't have any reason to dispute the 6,400 megawatts of generic resources that Mr. Gable found in his analysis were necessary to serve New Mexico customers, correct?
No, but that's not my role here at the commission to design alternatives for the utilities.
And you don't dispute that that particular set of generic resources results in a $9.5 billion nominal impact to New Mexico customers? Do you?
Again, you give a binary solution and you're going to get 2 tough answers, and that's the problem with lack of long-term development and planning.
Do you dispute the $9.5 billion nominal impact number?
No.
Do you dispute the $5.5 million net present value impact number?
No, I have no information to dispute it or to confirm it.
And you also testify that SPS ignored the statute in developing the portfolio. Is that right?
There were instructions in the selection documents discussing zero carbon and how you would get an exception to that, or you would find a way to get it to zero carbon. That those instructions were in the selection process. The two units, there's multiple phases of the independent monitoring review, and those phases weed out non-cost competitive resources that aren't timely in their COD. There's all sorts of steps before you get to the modeling. So there's conscious decisions made in each step to move a resource forward. Somebody at SPS made a conscious decision to move these two non-compliant resources forward based on an assumption that they would get an exception. They didn't come to the table with, yeah, here's the resource. We need to do some stuff to it in 2045 to make it compliant. They came to the table, they modeled a resource that out of the box was not compliant with 2045.
And the particular passage that you're referring to is in the RFP evaluation guide, correct?
Correct.
And that's a guide that was used by the SPS evaluation team and the independent monitor, correct?
That's what the record seems to show.
And that was a guide to help the SPS evaluation team after bid receipt, correct?
Correct.
And the reference passage actually occurs under the heading methane analysis. Is that right?
Correct. So this is only to the zero carbon resource provision.
Right. And it has nothing to do with the other 2045 exceptions that have been brought forward by SPS related to undue bill impacts or reliability, correct?
Not that piece, no.
And this is the only piece that you rely on in support of your proposition that SPS ignored the law in developing its portfolio, correct?
Well, tell me how Gaines and Tolk got to the modeling stage of the review if there was not some assumption that they would be made compliant.
Mr. Zigich, the question was, this particular passage of the RFP evaluation guide is what you point to in support of the proposition that SPS reportedly ignored the law in developing the final preferred portfolio, correct?
Correct. If you're exempting the methane, the zero carbon resource standard, then it just goes by extension to assume that you're ignoring the rest of the 2045 standard.
The zero carbon designation request and the request for exceptions that SPS has brought forward are separate requests, correct?
Correct.
I want to go back to the staff report that we discussed earlier and ask a question. And if you're not familiar with it, we can just move on. But can you turn to pages 12 to 13 of that document?
I'm sorry, say again. Where are you
Yeah, it's pages 12 to 13. And it's pages 121 to 122 of the actual PDF of Ms. Lee's rebuttal testimony.
Okay, I think I'm there. 13 and 14, you said?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, 12 to 13, sir.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And in that particular portion, staff's expressing concern that long duration storage technologies might be available and it might result in the selection of new natural gas, correct?
Is that what it's saying you're asking me?
Yeah,
Sorry, you cut out for a
yeah,
second.
sorry, my audio is a little choppy.
Yeah, that's what it's saying.
And staff's concern that long duration storage options for 2028 to 2030 and the fact that they might be limited came true in the bid pool, correct?
Well, that's again, that's like asking somebody to build you a nuclear power plant in 2 or 3 years. You know, Colorado Public Service, an Excel company, has a long duration pumped hydro facility that's been running since the 60s. So, you know, for people to say there's no long duration storage facilities are available, that's not, it doesn't pass the eye test, essentially. I've worked in nuclear power plants that have pumped hydro.
Mr. Zigich, I'm just asking about projects that were bid in response to the 2024 RFP. There were no
Right.
long energy storage projects, correct?
Correct. Because
And
of the
that's,
short time frame.
and that's what staff was concerned about in this particular provision of the report, right?
I don't, again, I don't know what staff was, if that was, who did you say was the author of that?
It says that the staff was the author of the report. I don't know.
But, because one of the people on that was an economist, that was a contract economist at the time, and I don't know what her understanding is of long duration storage options out there.
But the projection that new natural gas might have to be selected, which is discussed in that report, also came true as a result of this process, correct?
Correct.
So do you think that the staff report was also ignoring the statute?
Well, the staff report is a report on process. It's not so much a report on the feasibility of what will happen 20 years in advance. I'm assuming there was some assumption that all would be made right in 20 years.
Do you know if there was any directive in the SPS IRP action plan to model emitting generation so that it was all offline by 2045?
I'm sorry, SPS IRP action plan to model?
Emitting generation such that it was all fully depreciated by 2045.
No, and there again, it goes to the point of the rule was ignored because there was not that consideration that the law shut those off in 2045, theoretically.
Do you know if that action plan was a consensus action plan?
I don't know.
Would it surprise you if it was a consensus action plan with the support of staff?
No, but we have a lot of IRPs that are out there that don't necessarily show compliance 20 years in advance. Plus that only went to 2043. So I think people are we're still crossing their fingers that the mighty long duration storage would come about in 2044 or something. You know, there's a lot of IRPs that have that missing link between 2043 and 2045. But we've got other utilities that are cutting off gas resources. PNM just extended a gas plant for 9 years. Not
Frankly, Mr. Zigich, it's about SPS's IRP and SPS's CCN and not about PNM.
Sir, excuse me, Mr. Larson, I can just barely understand you.
Mr. Zigich, we can move on to a different topic, but the last question that I had,
okay,
I wanted to switch over to Southwest Power Plant, okay?
Yeah.
And in your testimony, you discussed the Southwest Power Pool planning reserve margin and accreditation approaches. Is that right?
Yes.
And you expressed concern that SPP is, quote, setting a table that is hostile to New Mexico's clean energy goals. Is that right?
It is just again, the eye test of it.
And the table that's being set from your perspective is concerning because of the PRM in the winter, the PRM in the summer, and the low accreditation values. Is that right?
Correct.
And you're concerned that the PRM values are too high and the ELCCs are too low in certain instances?
Yes, there's not a national standard for calculating an ELCC. It varies, and I don't understand why the ELCC is calculated at the whole SPP footprint, which stretches from Canada to New Mexico, when the availability of those storage devices are probably better served at the local level or modeled at the local level, because that's what's going to be charging and discharging those resources. So there's concerns there, but I just the winter reserve is tough on SPS because they're not really a summer, they're a large load customer base. And so their winter and summer peak doesn't vary that much. And when you double the PRM overnight, it's a big change.
But do you think that SPS should have just ignored SPP resource adequacy requirements in developing its portfolios?
No, just like I don't believe they should ignore the REA. So it's a question of what's more important. We've got testimony that says you guys changed your portfolio for gains in TOLC because of an EPA new source performance standard. You've changed their whole resource plan overnight because SPP changes a number. So why can't we comply or find a solution to complying with the New Mexico REA?
Mr. Zigich, with respectfully, my question is, should SPS have ignored Southwest Power Pool resource adequacy requirements in developing its final preferred portfolio?
Objection.
Ms. Lang,
He's already answered that.
he did answer it. Move on. You've got 5 minutes left of your additional 10, Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. This last question, does staff have a proposal for a different set of planning reserve margin or ELCC values that SPS should have used in developing its final preferred portfolio?
We don't have a number. All we can do is say that a battery in Roswell gets a much lower accreditation than a battery in Albuquerque. Why is that? It'd be nice if we had some visibility on that, because that makes building, it brings into question all of the battery resources in the next case, the 2585 case. It brings into question the cost effectiveness of those if the accreditation of that capacity is so limited that it becomes almost unusable.
Do you know if ignoring Southwest Power Pool resource adequacy requirements was included as part of the staff report on the 2023 IRP?
No, I don't know if that was covered.
And last issue here, Mr. Zigich, in terms of who submitted this by staff, if you go to page 29 of attachment ZEL-R1, it reflects that Ed Rilkoff and Cynthia Mitchell submitted the report.
Okay.
You see that?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Zigich. Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. Nothing further.
Very well, sir. Let me put 4 back.
Mr. Larson, while hearing examiner Hurst is
Minus
calculating
6.
the time, I would just note that you have such beautiful windows and a voluminous office, but it, I think, is causing a lot of echo with your mic. And so just some perspective from somebody on the other end. And I think that causes some of the cutting off and muffle. So just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Hearing examiner Schaefer, that's an excellent suggestion. Tomorrow I will be in a different location for tomorrow. Thank you for noting that.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, hearing examiner Schaefer, Mr. Larson. Ms. Lang, before we leave, your co-counsel has emailed what's been identified as staff exhibit 6, which I believe is the confidential version of Mr. Zigich's testimony. Could you please offer that?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Zigich, if you could please let's see, refer to what has been labeled as staff's exhibit number 6, which is the confidential version of your attachment, or your that would be attachment DKZ1. Could you tell us again, please, if that was in response to staff interrogatory first set?
I'm sorry. Where am I looking, I guess?
It would have been emailed. We emailed it to the hearing examiners, but it is the confidential version of your direct testimony, and it includes the non-public, non-redacted version of DKZ1, which was the redacted version of a discovery response to staff's interrogatory first set.
Okay.
Um,
Yes, that's the unredacted version of that.
With that, Madam Hearing Examiner, staff moves to enter what has been labeled staff exhibit number 6 into the record.
Mr. Zigich, can you confirm that the confidential document that is labeled staff exhibit 6 now, and it was DKZ-1, was a confidential version of SPS's response to staff -1-26, pages 218 and 219?
218, 219, yes.
Okay, and that's the complete amount of the confidential information?
Correct, because it had pricing and levelized cost and different capital costs on there of the bids.
Very well. And it's a true and correct copy, right, that you received?
Correct, yes.
Very well. Any objection to what's been identified as staff exhibit 6, which is the confidential attachment to Mr. Zigich's testimony DKZ1, and it will be submitted confidentially for inclusion in the transcript. Hearing no objection, staff exhibit 6 is admitted. Thank you, Ms. Lang. Due to the lateness of the hour, we will continue with questions for you, Mr. Zigich, tomorrow. Thank everyone for staying a bit later. I just want to bring to your attention before we leave, that SPS did just file its response to bench request 4. So if parties would take a look at that, that would be good. And if we have nothing further, again, thank you all for your participation. We'll resume at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We are recessed until then. Thank you all very much.